So, I think we are starting. Really nice. Okay. My name is Kathleen Reinhardt, and I am the director of the Georg Kolbe Museum, a very small studio museum at the western edge of Berlin. The museum is not part of the Stiftung Preußischer Kulturbesitz, Prussian Cultural Heritage Foundation. Still, on a small scale, we are a museum deeply involved in the many challenges that cultural institutions are facing today. So this museal permanent striving towards a balance between presenting visitors with the wonders of and fascination for human artistic and cultural production in all its myriad forms. At the same time, facilitating new research, open discussions, and invite a self-critical assessment of its collections and its many histories, as well as the responsibilities that they bring with. I have the great honor to open this two-day symposium ahead of us, entitled The Future of Collections. For it, we gather here at the very heart of Berlin, in the auditorium of the impressive James Simon Gallery on Museum Island. And I was quite inspired by my visit on Sunday to the Bode Museum, because there's a beautiful, really nice project, the Healing Museum, that invites, it's a collaboration between the Experimental and Clinical Research Center of the Charité and the Bode Museum. And it's about a mindful approach to seeing and experiencing collections. And I want to ask you to embark with me on a little experiment for just a few seconds. So please close your eyes and try to trace the way that you came this morning, or also yesterday. From where did you start, and what were your stops? On the bus, on the bike, on a plane, until you arrive here. And then open your eyes again, that we're all here together. So this event marks the handing over of many complexities, of exchange in many different directions. Over the course of today, we will look into ongoing projects and collaborations of the SBK of the past years. They, often over many years, stand for cooperation, deep research, and the formation of new knowledge systems that significantly widen and sometimes also contradict Western models of care and research for objects of cultural heritage. This amazing array of speakers of the panels today will introduce their respective projects and with them ask questions about the nature of collecting, by what means and through what perspectives collections are placed in new contexts, and how old contexts can be reopened in meaningful ways. It is the bringing together of different entryways to understand collections, and through this, it is also putting different collections in relation to each other. We will enter into conversations through which we can see that learning from each other serves not only the goal to extend a specific knowledge, but also to gain a deeper understanding of what these knowledge systems can signify beyond pure facts. Through being attentive, receptive, and open to other methods of accumulating, processing, and using knowledges, we can arrive at very unexpected points. We can arrive also at times at very uncomfortable points. But this is exactly what we are here for. To engage in experiments of collaboration as ways to practice relevance in a world that seems to steer in the opposite direction and backwards in full speed. And yet we gather, and we can look forward to two very dense days. And as a museum maker, working with contemporary art, I truly appreciate the diverse programming and the width and structures of the symposium. And we will dive right into it and open the conversation to introduce the symposium properly between Hermann Parzinger, the outgoing president of the Prussian Cultural Heritage Foundation, and Marion Ackermann, the incoming new president. So please join me on stage. Super, thank you. Yes, I think we can start with also the title of the symposium. What do you connect with it?
Well, first, this is very funny because, first of all, we thought that if there is a change in the leadership of Germany's largest cultural institution, we should not just have a Festakt, a ceremonial passing over, but we should really gather colleagues from Germany, abroad, our partners, reflect what we did in the last years, and of course with the experience of Marion Ackermann for many years also see where it should, in which direction it should continue. And with some colleagues from the so-called Interimsvorstand, we reflected a little bit. And the funny thing was that independent, before we gathered the first time, only some, was not a topic in the Interimsvorstand, but with some of the members, we all had the same idea, the future of collections. Because, I mean, a lot changed in the last, in this position now 17 years, and a lot changed in the last 17 years, not only in ethnological museums, also in others, new ways of cooperation and so on. And all my colleagues in the foundation have been very, very active, from the museums, from the state library and from other institutions, and really to see what did we reach until now, what we learned from these processes, and where had we to go on, and how have we to go on. Also listen to our partners. I mean, there are many challenges in the last years, of course, for many collections and different challenges, but also huge opportunities. And I think we reached a lot, but it's not enough. We have to go on. And are we on the right track, or have we a little bit to correct the way we are moving? This was the idea. And the second idea was it should really not only be a museum symposium, but of course in museums there are most of the institutions of the 25 SPK institutions, but we have also the larger scientific and universal library with the Staatsbibliothek. We have the Geheime Staatsarchiv, the Ibero-American Institute, the State Institute for Music Research. So really this, I mean, all kinds of heritage which are gathered in this memory institution. And at the same time, for all of these different institutions, what are the challenges for the future? How can they turn into laboratories? How can they become third places, as we call them? How can they, it's not one of the topics this year in this symposium outreach, but how can we create a new dialogue, not only with partners in Germany and internationally, but also with society. I think this is very important. So we try to set up a program which is in 2 days, of course, is quite full-packed, but to address at least as many questions as possible. So this was the basic idea where we started.
And what do you associate with the title also, the future of collections?
Yeah, I would say it is also about different temporalities. So when we collect, we always say we are collecting for eternity, but it is in every case a long durée. And so this is something like a stable element, but around us is a lot of change because we are in a moment of transition, change because we are in such a volatile world, so many things in culture, politics, societies happening around us. And then I think it's a good method to use a colloquium, a congress, to come together in such a moment of transition to reflect. I did the same. You remember, you have been in my team in Dresden. You remember 2017 when I started in Dresden, we did a congress with the Foreign Office together. Andreas Görgen is here too. The question was the role of the encyclopedic museums in a political complex time. That was after Brexit and after the first election of Trump. And we asked what could be the role of the museums. So this, I found it so fascinating, the idea that we both could mark the end of term and the beginning with such like a common international conference.
And you already mentioned some of the projects and also this wide array of institutions across the SBK. What were the highlights, maybe also, of the past years, almost decades, for you?
Of course, one of the biggest challenges, and this is panel one, is contested heritage, as we called it. The question of provenance research, of restitution, not only concerning Nazi-looted art, but colonial context, human remains, archaeological collections, and so on. I think this is a very important topic. And we have so many interesting projects of common provenance research. Of course, we do restitutions, but what is even more important is really setting up collaborative work and developing narratives together. And or not only talking about colonial context, but we will listen about the cooperations with Italy. We returned the Tomba Giuliani, and we got loans from, so we give back something which was looted in the 80s, which was acquired by the museum without knowing it, but now we get loans which are more important even for the museum, because they fill certain gaps which we have in the collection. So this is also another model. You have not to possess everything, you have not to have everything in your property to tell a narrative in the museum, to find new ways of cooperation. So in the colonial context, but also cooperating with European museums. These are new ways where we started, but then also this leads immediately to the question of networks, building up partnerships and networks all over the world. We are just at the beginning. We must enforce that, because there's an enormous potential for bringing the world together, the global south, of course, but not only. And then, of course, if you talk about connecting collections, then sharing data, combining data, this is tomorrow especially one of the heavy points which we will discuss. A lot is happening, and a lot are intense, and we have to see really where we want to proceed. And but when I see this, I really see that there's an enormous potential. And what in these last years, of course, the projects are all the colleagues doing. And some of them I know the colleagues which are doing the projects, I know the partners they have, and in participating from time to time in the conversations, in the dialogue, there you see they create really something new, a new relationship. If with the US or Italy or Tanzania or Namibia, it doesn't matter. And this is the great potential, make the collections work. And this is, I think, what we try to touch. And of course, we could easily make a symposium for 5 days. But I think this have been, together with Marion, we select the most important topics which we wanted to discuss.
Are there some projects of the past years that you particularly, personally harbor?
Of course, I mean, what Julia Binter and Golda Herr about Tanzania, Namibia, this, I think, is really a model, how we work together, how they work together, and find really very important solutions. I will not say more, they will tell it by themselves much better than I can. And as I'm an archaeologist, I also, the project which Martin Maischberger with his colleague, project on provenance research of archaeological collections. This is a relatively new topic. And our colleagues, my colleagues, are addressing these topics to find solution. And this is for the history of the institution, for the history of the collection, how things came into the collections. This is very important that we broaden it up to all collections. And just not only to talk about museum projects. I mean, also we have one of the panel lectures, cooperation between the Geheime Staatsarchiv and the Staatsbibliothek, also on colonial issues. I think this is things which many of us are addressing, and so but all these topics are very interesting. But you ask me, and these three come immediately to my mind.
Thank you. I was listening in to a few conversations just now when we met, and I heard about the traveling desk. So how do you get familiar with this wide array of projects, of colleagues, of institutions that range from museums to archives to libraries?
Yes, it's in fact such a huge institution. And yes, I was asking myself, how could I start? And this complexity, how can I? Of course, I know a lot about from the outside perspective, and I've been in this Beirat for many years, but I thought it should be about meeting people, to start a deep listening process. And one of my best friends, he's Antonio Zaborit, he's director of the Museum of Anthropology in Mexico City. And I remember that he once told me, you can recognize a good director when you see it, it's two souls. And I thought, what does you mean? And he said, you can see if he's not hiding between his computer or behind his desk, but going to his people, to the staff, and walking around and be there and dive into the collections. And so it's so wonderful what I could see the last 8 weeks, so this passion of all the colleagues. And and of course it's not about the daily issues, it's also about content, it's about future researching projects. It's also something like a non-verbal knowledge. You see the architecture, the spaces, the people in their spaces, and that was beautiful as experience.
Have you seen something that particularly intrigued you in the past weeks?
I must say, of course, I know many collections, buildings very well, but some of them I didn't know before. Geheime Staatsarchiv, for example, and also the ZIM. I had not so many experience before with these topics, and I was totally fascinated. For example, in the ZIM, also the architecture of Sharon and these specific places. And what they are focusing on, they are doing a Hindemith research project, for example. And while walking around, I always made in my head connections, because often the colleagues don't know from each other on what they are working. And so it could be also one of my roles. The art in our work, but also in society, is so important. Perhaps I can give an example. I just coming back from a week in United States, and I've been in Stanford the last days, and it was about artificial intelligence. Of course, it's about speed, quickness, effectiveness. It's about transparency, and so wonderful. But what is really missing in this field, what art can do, the ambiguity of artworks, the ambivalence, which is so important for our understanding of the world. And also there was something like a concluding sentence after the intense concentrating on artificial intelligence. There may be something like artificial intelligence, but there is no artificial wisdom. And so this difference between AI and wisdom, that's what art can do. And so art is so important.
So I think we are all looking very much forward to also see this apply. We have seen really amazing projects also. I remember in the Pergamon Museum, just before it closed, Liam Gillick. So things are coming together and are upruled in a way, and questions by contemporary art. And maybe coming back also to the symposium. So there's 2 different days, also in the structure, in the methods. What could you describe maybe also today, and how today came together from maybe a methodological point of view?
Well, as I already mentioned, we try to cover the most important challenges, the most important topics with which collections are confronted. And this is, of course, the more provenance research, so history of collections and institutions, building networks, and also then all the possibilities which offers the digital world and the digital reality. And I mean, also AI tomorrow will also be a topic. I think this was the basic idea. And then I think for the future, it is very important that we do not only projects, because a project runs for 2 years, for 3 years, for 5 years, but to make things sustainable. I mean, it's easy to get funding for a project, to get the people for a project and to start it, and after a few years it ends with nice results and everything. But we understand, and I feel that our partners also understand, it should be more sustainable. It should be really, of course, nothing is forever, but it should be really go for more years. And I mean, especially our cooperation with the GLAM from Oxford, in the afternoon you will hear more about that. We organize seed money from both institutions, SBK and GLAM, the Oxford organization, that colleagues from both institutions can gather, which have common ideas, which they know that the other institution has interesting material, and bringing it together, we can do a step forward. And of course, this is only, the money is seed money, it's just enough for 1 or 2 workshops. But the great hope is that from these workshops, there can be, we have now 7 projects, we have 1 or 2, even they can prepare an ERC grant, an application, or there are funding projects, funding or possibilities between Germany, the German Research Foundation, and Britain. So this is just an example. With the Smithsonian, we have the 2nd program already. First on Nazi loot art, now on East Asian provenance research. So we try really to set up structures, and I think this is the most important, that things are not just in the project thinking, but to set up things more sustainable.
And I've seen, so this, I think, very much accumulates also this first day and brings it together. And the second day, and unfortunately I cannot join, I saw it's an open format, it's workshops also. And it's also impulse of art and artists. How did that come together, and what does it mean to you also to invite those very different voices in?
Yeah, that was in fact, so for me, very important. I share Hermann's value and everything he just said, that we have to define our institutions as learning institutions, that these coming together and building networks, people to people, is so important. That means internationally, but it means also between disciplines. And it is also important to think out of the box. So to include people from outside our narrow systems, artists and others, to bring us other impulses. I give also an example from my Dresden years. We had these ADA, this archive of the avant-gardes. We found that artistic research is so important also to develop ideas and thoughts inside an archive. And we opened with a dancing performance of Meg Stewart, and then we collected what she had did. And so it was, and then the next step came. And so I think I'm dreaming of it, that it would be possible for SBK, that we have also this openness to all the disciplines and also to the different arts.
So this is also embedded, obviously, in the program, also this thinking of the learning institution. I think we could conclude now with this opening remarks through maybe also an outside look onto the institution. And I've known there have been a lot of different processes of assessing also the structures, for example. What do you think is this last impulse, this view from the outside that thrusts the institution maybe in the future?
I think many things started in the last 3 to 5 years, many new things, many new ways of cooperations, and I think it has to go on. But as Marion already said, it needs out of the box, new ideas, new impacts from other people. So I think it's a good moment, and therefore we intentionally wanted to do this symposium with these topics when there's the passing over of the leadership. Because of course there's a new president, she has new ideas, this is very important. There's this famous saying, only what is changing lasts forever. Of course we wanted our institution to last forever, but it has to change, always new approaches, new ideas. We started many things, but they should not go on the same track forever. There is potential. And I think, and also after the transformation of SBK, which was not easy, it took several years. But I think, and everybody's happy that it's more or less over now, but, there is a but. It should not be over completely. I think an institution, especially such a huge institution, I know it really what I am speaking about after 17 years, to make it move is not at all easy, because you are the president, but you cannot say the colleagues what they have to do. They know it by themselves, know it much better. But nevertheless, come on, and therefore these new ideas of this Vorstand, of this group which is leading together with the president, SPK, I think this is a unique chance really to never to lean back, but really to move forward. And always reflect what we achieved through the transformation. What are the new elements? Do they work? Do they fulfill the hopes which we had? Or have we to change it? I think this rethinking yourself continuously is very important. Not a permanent reform, because we have other things to do. But really from time to time, not stopping, but going forward. I think this is very important.
Thank you. I think also this time frame that you opened, the past 3 to 5 years, I think for museums have been a quite challenging and also very changing time. And so I'm passing this question also to you. What do you see now coming from the outside, already crawling in and seeing what's inside? What do you think? What are the expectations, and what will be the greatest challenges also of the next years?
Yeah, first of all, I think it's an important expectation that we conclude this reform process and bring our strategies to develop it even further. I think then internationally, so what Hermann said, all the processes we had in the last years in SPK, from restitution, building up trust with other countries, from Nigeria to so many countries in the world, we have to continue with that. In some countries, you can open a new chapter now. In Nigeria, there will be opened the new museum. In Namibia, with Turkey, with so many countries. And then also inside Germany, I think there is a certain expectation. I find it very important to redefine what our institution, SPK, what means for Germany, the federal democratic system. In some aspects, we can help them build up role models, but in other ways, we have also to tell what wonderful things are happening inside Germany and give them a platform in the capital. And then I think there's a high expectation also towards education and audience development. We have to do a lot with the young generations. We have many problems of mental health in society, and so after the pandemic still, so we have to do something with it. On the other hand, we are in an aging society. Ageism will be a main topic of the next year, so there are many, many challenges and expectations. And to make the institution more agile inside through the reform will help to be very successful to fulfill our strategies.
Thank you so much. And yes, please.
One thing comes to my mind I forgot to say. What is very important, you saw it in the program, we have always tandems presenting the projects. I think this is so important. It's more a kind of dialogue and not a lecture of one of the members of the projects. Sometimes there are even three. If there are maybe two topics which are only one person because the partner could not do it to come or to join us digitally. I think this is also very important. It should be seen. We really live partnership. And a last thing I wanted to say concerning this venue. Normally one thinks always at the end. I want to do it already at the beginning. First of all, that this can happen during these 2 days. We have to give a great gratitude to the Ministry of Culture and Media, the former one, BKM, to Claudia Roth and Andreas Görgen, who made this happen. This I have clearly to say. And then, of course, we gathered ideas, Marion, me, other members of the Interimsvorstand and other colleagues from SPK, but to design such a program of 2 days, so intensive, fully packed, out from these ideas, because we both had so many things to do, we could not really work hard on that. This is really thanks to Dorothy Wagner and Constanze Wicke, who really organized it. To the ones who made this possible for the funding, and to the ones who made this possible for organization, this needs a huge applause, I think.
Yes, thank you so much, also Norbert. Yeah. Yes, so I think we'll conclude with this, with the outlook, with looking backwards, looking forward. And I think we will continue with the first panel now. And I would like to ask Larissa Förster on stage. And we are doing this revolving change. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, colleagues, partners, and friends, to everyone present today for this very special conference or symposium. My name is Larissa Förster. Since the beginning of the year, I'm the director of the Weltkulturmuseum in Frankfurt, but of course, many of you know me as a passionate provenance researcher, lobbyist, and funder. I've got the honor to open the panel part of the symposium, namely with a panel that focuses on collections from colonial contexts, as we've come to call it in the past 10 years. For these past 10 years have seen a breakthrough in how we approach, try and understand, work with, think and write about collections in ethnological, archaeological, anthropological and many other museums, or museum types, collections that were acquired, appropriated and looted in formerly colonized regions of the world. In my view, the years of 2017 to 2019 have been what I would call a watershed period in this regard, with a series of initiatives and interventions. All of you know the Savoy report, the guidelines of the German Museums Association on the care of collections from colonial contexts, or the framework principle of the principles of the German Bund, Länder and Kommunen, and many others. They have all fostered and institutionalized post-colonial provenance research as one of the answers to the urgent plea of stakeholders from the global south and activists and researchers from the global north to decolonize European museums. And the collection of the SPK have been in the limelight of many of the debates preceding, accompanying, and following this post-colonial turn in the museum world. And hence this panel, I find, provides a unique opportunity of taking stock of where we started, where we stand after these 10 years. What has been achieved? What could be the way forward? But maybe also which expectations have we maybe not met? Which dreams and wishes have not come true yet? Maybe even where have we failed so far? And which challenges do we still, or lately and newly, have to tackle? Or a bit more concretely, what methodologies of post-colonial provenance research have been developed, and to what end and effect, what has followed from the institutional critique that post-colonial provenance research offers for the daily, as well as for the long-term strategic work in museums, but also for museum structures. What object futures were envisioned and could be realized, with restitution being so central, but also still fairly rare. And when we speak, or when I speak of a we in museum work, I think it needs to be acknowledged, or better praised, that the we has maybe changed most of all in this debate. The we of earlier times was a we of curators of decades and centuries old institutions with established bodies and formats of knowledge and knowledge production and transmission. And the we of our times, in the best case, is a we of heritage workers, intellectuals, knowledge bearers and producers, stakeholders in and outside the museum, the institution, in Berlin as well as in the countries whose cultural heritage we are holding, with often radically different experiences, different approaches, interests, and knowledge practices. So working together, I think, has been a huge learning curve. And I would argue, in particular, as a member of the Confronting Colonial Pasts and Visioning Creative Futures project, that we'll hear about in a bit, I think the long-term relationships and partnerships created in this endeavor have been the most precious thing. But now over to the panel itself and to the panelists. The panel will fall in 2 sets with a 30 minutes break in between and a panel discussion after all the presentations, where you as the audience will have the opportunity to ask questions. I'd like to hand over to our first panelists, but first of all, we'll see a film on the project called Aimun, Reconnecting Sami Heritage. The film is an 8 minutes long film, and after that, the provenance researcher Eva Christina Nierlander will be with us online. Unfortunately, Elisabeth Tietmeyer, the director of the Museum of European Culture, at which this project takes place, had to apologize. She'll not be able to attend this morning, but I know that there's also colleagues and members of the project in the audience. So I think I'll give a go for the presentation of the film.
Mun län Antti Rankinijasa ja inkupelbiraha Margrethe Elinor. I introduced myself in the Sami way and told I'm Elinor, daughter of Antinijas and Margrethe. And in that way I can also tell about my ancestors back in time, 3-4 generations. I'm Elinor Guttormytsi from Northern Sami, top of Europe.
Really, as a Skål Sami community, we have to break free from translating and explaining ourselves to others and then taking it as a truth about ourselves. It was so refreshing and safe to work here because of the distance, and there were no expectations for me to be certain kind of Skål Sami.
Das Museum Europäischer Kulturen, kurz MEC genannt, ist ein Museum der Alltagskultur und der popularen Kunst. Und wir beherbergen ungefähr 300.000 Objekte. Dazu gehören eben auch 1700 Objekte, Fotografien der Samen. Die Samen sind die indigene Bevölkerung der Europäischen Union. Und diese Objekte wurden eben zur hohen Zeit oder zur Hochzeit des Kolonialismus und auch des Nationalismus erworben. Darum hatten wir jetzt die Idee, wirklich ein großes Provenienzforschungsprojekt anzuleiern. Das haben wir vor 3 Jahren getan. Ende 2022 haben wir dieses Projekt initiiert. Es wird finanziert vom Deutschen Zentrum Kulturgutverluste, ist absolut partizipativ und kollaborativ ausgerichtet. Wir haben 3 Partner in Nordeuropa. Einmal ist das Museum Aite in Jokkmokk in Schwedisch Sápmi, dann das Museum Sida in Inari, Finnisch Sápmi und das große Projekt in Norwegisch Sápmi Davidadoiskas.
This project was initiated originally so that the Sami society, Sami museums and other actors were within the project and planning the project all together.
Ja, mä olen Ramavoll Ellebygge, or in Norwegian my name is Ellen Berit Dalbakk. And I'm a tuojar.
Tuojar is a crafter. He or she is a Sami person and specialized in the tuoji coming from her home area. He or she carries the traditional knowledge and traditional skills that she or he has inherited from her parents or from the family.
My way to communicate is with my hands. So those all are found in there. I have never seen as old samshich as I was able to see here. So it was very mind-blowing for me to see these old ones.
And what's a tuoji?
Tuoji is everything that has been made in Sami households. It's everything that a Sami person does. It can vary from drums or archaeological objects. So tuoji is very holistic. It also carries the philosophy, the cosmology, the spirituality of a Sami person.
And I also made this collar. You put it under your dress, under your kappa. It's a bongerskumje. And the one that I got inspired by had embroidered by threads, and I used glass beads. Today I'm wearing things that I made this winter, inspired by the pieces I made and from the collection. And for me, that's like the future and the...
We also created this space called Aimuin here in Berlin, in MEC. And our meaning was to bring the whole Sami collection here so that the tuojars can look at them and study them, take them from the cupboards and really touch them and study the seams and everything.
We got a lot of freedom when we were here in this room, Aimuin, to work. And it was so easy to study the object, to look at the objects. Practical, we didn't need to ask permission for everything we wanted to see. We could just go by ourselves. So there are a lot of Sami tuojia and other Sami objects around the world, and it should be, I think it's important that it should be easier for the Sami people to have access to all these objects. I think the MEC Museum is a good example on how to start that work. It made me start thinking about the remateriation processes, that the objects are coming home. It's our objects. They're in the wrong place.
But quite early on, when we planned the project, it was decided to invite Sami tuojars to join in, because the Sami tuojars, they have the best knowledge of these objects. The best researcher in the world can never go to this level of understanding.
We as a Skoltsamis, we are so used to hear from the outside about us, what we are, how we're supposed to be, and understanding. Now I have understood that no one from outside can tell us about that. That only we know about us.
So that's how this heritage becomes kind of indigenized again, it becomes Samified and it becomes rematriated, which means re-socialized in the Sami society again.
I have taken inspiration from this juipi, which is here in the MEC Museum. It's a winter hat for men. I chosen to have needles on it. I wanted to show that there are some negative parts in this history as well, and I wanted to show it very, very visually. I've heard stories about the Sami people had to give away their objects to Norwegian people with higher standards in the society. When my new Dieppe comes back to Sápmi and should be exhibited there, the needles won't be a part of that exhibition. It's when it's here in Berlin.
We are so used to that things are taken from us. Mm-hmm. But we are not used to find out that where they are, and maybe we are able to reach them.
We see it very clearly in my area how important tuojia is, and it's a very important way back to the Sami society for the Sami people that have lost it.
It is this link between history and today, and every old tuojia is so important because it's like what we do today is always like based on the old tuojia. With the tuojia that's in archives, it's like a hole in between now and then. So it's so important to have more to get inspired by today. And it's like a form of language that gets smaller when we don't have those pieces.
It is kind of tying the timelines, the little silver strings which are all over, and now what I'm trying to do is tying them together. So the line will continue. It feels really that these are the answers. Answers are here, but what we need to find are the questions.
Things should go back if it's so much more important to the communities, and then the communities decide what
should be shown.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
And then I feel like that I have way more value from that, also as a museum visitor.
Das Provenienzforschungsprojekt endet leider schon im November 2025. Dann wird auch die Ausstellung zu Ende sein. Aber das war nur ein Anfang. Denn jetzt geht es erst richtig los mit dieser Sammlung. Denn wir stellen uns die Frage, was machen wir mit diesen Sammlungen? Also ich wünsche mir, dass wir uns wirklich darüber im Klaren sind, was wir mit diesen Objekten machen. Sollen sie zurückgegeben werden? Ich finde ja. Das ist das eine. Das andere ist, und das hat jetzt schon stattgefunden, wir bilden Freundschaften. Solche partizipativen, kollaborativen Projekte bringen Freundschaften. Und das möchte ich fortführen. Die Freundschaften existieren jetzt schon, wie ich sagte, aber das wird auch weitergehen über dieses Projekt hinaus. Das sind die Netzwerke, die wir schaffen über solche partizipativen Projekte. Netzwerke über ganz Europa. Und das finde ich toll.
Christian cannot sit on the panel at the end of this whole panel. She'll be with us now online, I was told, so we can ask her questions. Hello.
Hello, hello. Can you see and hear me?
Thank you for being with us digitally. We've just seen the little film on the project. And before I hand over to the audience for asking questions, there's two things that I would like you to elaborate on, because you're a provenance researcher now at the Museum of European Cultures, but you've done so many more projects in the past in Scandinavian countries, but also in Pacific, etc. countries. But what is specific about this project is that it addresses European internal colonialism, and this is specific because there's not so many projects among all these provenance research projects that address internal colonialism. And there's been a long struggle of Sami people in their own countries for regaining authority over the interpretation and the handling and the care of their cultural heritage. So I'd like to hear from you a bit more about how has this experience of that long struggle informed how you approached and researched these collections and work with colleagues here in Berlin?
Yes, thank you for that question. I think during the last 20 years, there has been quite a lot of discussion about, or more and more discussion about Sami collections and their location. And obviously I have been working with the subject about 20 years and together with the Sami society always. And I think that that was the reason that I was employed to this project. And because I have the tight connection to the Sami society. And then when we started to work together, I initiated the project already like in 2020, and we had the first workshop together in 2021. It was already from the beginning on very clear that everything was done like together with the Sami society. So I think that was very important, but also the tight connection with the Scandinavian like Sami museums here in northern parts of Nordic countries, because we were the first this kind of project, such a large project in Sami area, in Sami culture, relating to Sami culture. So we did not have a kind of model that we could build up. So we kind of had to build the model ourselves, and that is what we have been doing. And obviously work together with the German colleagues has gone very well. But of course, in the beginning, when we began, it's clear that we come from different cultures. Nordic culture and then culture in Prussia or in Germany, in this case in Berlin. But there is quite a large gap between the indigenous thinking and German thinking. So that was kind of, you know, the first things that we went through, but I think we have succeeded quite well.
Yes, I think that we could see in the film. In the interest of time, I would save my second question and only come up with it maybe a bit later, and first ask the audience whether you've got questions and comments for this film and for the project and for Eva Christina in particular while she's with us. Yeah?
Hello. So my name is Thiago. I have a question about one material I saw in the film that is very prominent in the Sami art, which are the glass beads. And this is something special from this German Czech entangled region. It's produced here from Bavaria, and it was exported all over the world. So this is kind of a material that tells a lot about entanglements. And I would like to ask you if you have something to elaborate about the Sami stories and experiences with this material, because from my perspective as an Amazonian anthropologist, there are many stories and elaborations about it. Thank you.
Yes, well, it's a funny thing that the pearl tuochi or pearl embroidery is very prominent in the Skoltsami area, which is nowadays situated mostly in eastern, northern east Finland, and then in South Sami area, which is quite far away. And in between, there is not such a prominent use of glass beads. So of course, there has been a lot of, you know, merchandise that has been going around, but this is the subject with the pearls.
Thank you. Let me now then bring in my second question, because I think it's just so central and it's something that we can learn from this project for the whole rest of the debate. In the film, there was a term was mentioned, and that was rematriation. And I think it's particularly productive for our discussion on restitution, repatriation. Could you elaborate a bit about the history of the term and how you use it and what kinds of productive practices it has inspired?
Yes, thank you. It's originally a term that comes from indigenous feminism, and I have used it in my collaborative research project on the Latjokahpir, which is a horn hat. And we also have 4 horn hats in Berlin. And it's related to this kind of forgotten tuochi that has been forgotten from the society for many reasons. And then when you take it back, when the Sami tuojars, when they come, the Sami crafters, they come together in a safe space, they do again this tuochi that has been used and done by their ancestors. And when they work with it, and the traditional knowledge and skills come together with the old tuochi, and you make something new and have the discussions. Like you notice that there is a lot of the discussion when you work with old tuochi is in several levels. It's also very personal and very, very like brings emotions to the surface. So rematriation means that when you get the provenance of the object, you know what has happened to the objects after they have left Sápmi. And when people then come to study them, and when they can work again with them, the objects become alive again. And they are simultaneously integrated again to the Sami society. So that's what I mean with rematriation. So repatriation is first, and then rematriation kind of begins when that ends.
Thank you for that. I don't know whether we can afford a third question, or should we rather maybe go to the second presentation? I'm not getting a sign, so we're going to stop here. Thank you very much, Eva Christina. Thanks for being with us, and thanks for the project, and all the best until the end of February after November.
Thank you so much for having me.
So the next presentation is of a project called Confronting Colonial Pasts, Envisioning Creative Futures. And it'll be presented by Golda Haeros, the Senior Curator of the National Museum of Namibia in Windhoek, and Professor Dr. Julia Binter, Argelander Professor for Critical Museum and Heritage Studies at the University of Bonn. And I've got the pleasure to hand over the mic to you now.
For the invitation. Golda, would you
thank you.
It's a great pleasure to be here and to present a project that has many more, brought together many more people than just my esteemed colleague Golda Haeros and myself. I have now the honor to give you a brief overview of the project and its many phases. It has gone through many, many phases, and also introduce you to some of the stakeholders. Then I will give you a brief insight into the research that we did collaboratively here at the Ethnological Museum in Berlin with the collections from Namibia. And then I will hand over to Golda, who will tell you a lot about how you actually create futures with the cultural belongings that were returned from Berlin to Windhoek 2 years ago, or 3 years ago by now. So, you can start this project with many different ways, but I think, as the previous project showed, there has been a lot of internal debate about cultural heritage and collections that are in Europe, particularly in Namibia. So one of the key players in this was and has been is the Museums Association of Namibia, who started a project called Africa Accessioned. And in this, they sought to map all of the collections from Namibia, Zambia, and Southern Africa, which are held in museums in Europe. So they were also the key experts in evaluating and, at least at the first glance, the collections that we held here at the Ethnological Museum in Berlin. I started out as a provenance researcher and project coordinator of this project. And I had the great pleasure to meeting you, Golda, and the many other experts that MAN, the Museums Association of Namibia, nominated to research the collections with us here in Berlin. And as Larissa has already mentioned, it was a very open-ended project, and we asked exactly the questions of how should we take care of these cultural belongings, where should we be taken care of, and who should take care of these cultural belongings. The SPK first signed a Memorandum of Understanding with the Museums Association to embark on this project, and we had the great pleasure to first receive funding from the SPK to invite you all to come to Berlin to research their collections and also to curate a small exhibition that you can see now at the Humboldt Forum. The Gerda Henkel Foundation then made it possible with the generous funding to first conserve selected cultural belongings. I will come to the selection of the cultural belongings in a second, and then return them to Namibia. And I think what you then embarked on, the National Museum, the National Art Gallery of Namibia, the University of Namibia, with stakeholders in the communities, in contemporary art, in academia, was, I think, groundbreaking. And what Eva Christina just said, it was a pilot study. It had not been done before. And we came across a lot of challenges, but I think we also found a lot of interesting solutions. Last but not least, the Heinrich Böll Foundation also joined us with their funding, so it enabled us to bring in contemporary artists to work together with communal researchers to welcome and reconnect with the cultural belongings. And this is our first attempt to list the many, many people involved. So we started out as a team from the Ethnological Museum in Berlin and esteemed colleagues from Namibia, Deba Bushali Ilunga, Herta Bokassa, Rudahal Eros, Werner Hillebrecht, Neo Kotodonkwa, late Cynthia Schimming, and late Jeremy Sylvester, then director of MAN. But it soon turned out that particularly if you want to reconnect cultural belongings in their countries of origin, you need many more people. I can't list all of them, but I hope it gives you an idea of how many people this project touched, but also how many people it took to research, exhibit, and also return them. So let's briefly come to Berlin. The first thing we did was to get an overview of the 1,400 cultural belongings from Namibia here at the Ethnological Museum in Berlin. And our hypothesis, starting this research, was that a majority of the collection would have been looted, acquired during the colonial wars and the genocides committed by German troops against the Oberherero and Nama Pinto in 1904 and 1908. But what you can clearly see here is that this is not the case. So one of the unique features of the Berlin collection was that they were very early. They were coming from a context of missionization and trade. And then later on, several of them also came in context of colonial injustice. And that was also something that MAN pointed out. It was, and also something that really made up the title of our project. One part of the title is Confronting Colonial Pasts, and we in Berlin very much felt the need to study the colonial entanglements and connections of the collections, but MAN insisted that they also wanted to create futures with them. So the second part of the project title is Envisioning Creative Futures. And that was also an argument why the selection criteria that a committee in Namibia, comprising academics, museum practitioners, but also community representatives and artists, came up with was not just context of colonial injustice. It was the cultural and historical significance of the belongings and the kind of histories and stories they were able to tell. So the very early collections here in Berlin became central for this, because they don't only tell about war and pain. I think Larissa, you also spoke a little bit about how re-traumatizing it can be to reconnect with collections from colonial contexts. But we could ask questions about trade relationships, internal Namibian trade relationships, for example, between the Avambo kingdoms and the Oberherero, or artistic mutual interpretations between the Nama and the Sun. This is a still from a film by Moritz Fehr, who accompanied our research in Berlin in the summer, spring and summer of May 2019. And you can see here too Cynthia Schimming, Inua Kotodonkwa, researching the materialities, the histories, the art history, the creativity behind these cultural belongings. At the very same time, this selection committee came together several times in Namibia to not also narrow down from 1,400 to 79 and then to the 23 cultural belongings who were finally returned, but also to think about what kind of future narratives and artistic practices they could engender. We had the great pleasure to commission Cynthia Schimming, the Grande Dame of Namibian fashion, to also do an artistic installation for our exhibition, which is now in dialogue with what we called a so-called network of knowledge. So what we decided to do was not to exhibit and put in front the cultural belongings themselves, but the knowledge that we were able to co-create during our process together. We raised many, many questions we can discuss later on, And we can see parts of Cynthia Schimming's art installation, which is not just a critical reflection on the collection, the audio, photo, and material collection here in Berlin, but I think also a very self-empowering reclamation of culture in history. And you can see here Professor Parzinger and the Director General of the National Museum of Namibia, Esther Mobola-Gorgoses, which started the physical return of the cultural belongings, of which you can see here. And with the term homecoming, I would like to hand over to Golda. I think you chose this, and I think it was a real homecoming. And now you're going to talk about the futures that you created with them.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Julia. As Professor Parzinger and Ms. Ackermann were speaking or giving their opening statements, I was literally ticking boxes and saying yes when they were talking about knowledge creation, the different types, provenance, and everything else. I think the biggest important thing about this project for me was that it wasn't a group of people coming together to necessarily share knowledge, but I think the biggest thing was understanding. And I use understanding because it took a lot of talking to actually not only understand ourselves, but also our histories, our perspectives, the different perspectives we bring towards the project. So this is what happened in Namibia after the return of the belongings, the 23. What you're not seeing here is that there was a press release that was had the day after the collections returned home. A few weeks later, we thought, you know, we have an exhibition in Humboldt in the sense of what these collections mean, but what about in Namibia? And we worked to create an exhibition in Namibia at the National Art Gallery because we thought we need to connect and open this conversation not only to historians and museums, but also to other types of people, like how do we bring in the youth? And I know in Namibia, a lot of youth is very artistic. And another partner, Denda Shivute, at the National Art Gallery, she was like, yeah, let's maybe think about artists. And this is how, with Julia, we birthed artistic research and communal knowledge, where it was important to bring in community and artists to have intergenerational conversations and work together and somehow build a body of works that were based on the 23 cultural belongings that returned, along with the collections at the National Museum of Namibia. And this is where you see us having like a kickoff workshop, because the people that, the community members we recruited as researchers, I think it was important for them to know how to go about conducting interviews, as much as it was their communities, but there's so much that they needed to know, and we couldn't just send them out there, and also giving them an opportunity to meet artists as well. The biggest part of having collections that are divorced from communities and the land that they are from is that knowledge, now we can switch to knowledge, really exists with communities and descendants and people that know of it. I remember having a conversation when I was in Berlin with my dad about some of the cultural belongings and him saying, oh, I don't know this, I don't know that. And I realized that this could be because my parents at that time, I mean, they're from the 60s, they were too busy making life to actually worry about collecting cultural objects. They were working and trying to get a house, a car, they were having jobs. But my grandparents knew about it. So their generation and beyond are the ones that actually have some sort of memory. So the target for this group in Namibia was definitely elders and community members that lived outside the urban area that did not migrate for work, basically. So we had two separate teams that went all around Namibia. Namibia has 14 regions, so it's a really, really vast country. And we took detailed photographs because we could not travel with the cultural belongings. But we also requested elders to come with cultural belongings that they've had in. And funny enough, collections has been done before museums because a lot of elders had a lot of collections as well, souvenirs that they've kept with, like, in their houses. So here is just us trying to get a lot of information from community elders. And on the left or right, you can see the Opa there, that his whole house is like a trophy. It had so many souvenirs. It had a lot of the belongings that we saw in the Ethnological Museum depot, he also had in his house. And the Oma was just teaching us how she would use sinew and camel thorns to sew because they didn't have needle and thread at the time. And what we also wanted to do was correct museum information that we had within our index cards. A lot of the information was wrong in sense of there was no ethical names, but we also wanted to document the use of it. What was it used for then? What could we, or how has it changed over the times as well? And going forward, what is it that they're linking it to? And I think the biggest thing that they were saying is how we need to rope in the youth, because now the youth has strayed away from culture, whether it's them getting married or just traditional practices that were carried out are no longer being carried out. And we were like, we want to preserve these, we want to maybe involve them in that as well. So my other colleagues that went to the northern parts of Namibia doing exactly the same thing, basically documenting, centering our museum's knowledge based off ancestral knowledge, basically. And then another part that we had was project partners coming to Namibia to have this workshop with the artists and seeing how they developed their body of works for the exhibition. The one exercise we had was about listening to cultural belongings. What messages do they say? How is it that we can use them? And the good thing with the artists is they work so closely with the researchers as well. So they discovered a lot of the belongings weren't supposed to be used or displayed in certain ways, and they came up with additional ways or methods to display and use them. Another picture of the workshop. This is the exhibition, the opening. We had visual elements. Like I was saying, we were trying to rope in the youth, the younger generation. The formal handing over from loan to permanent ownership as a way to return belongings. It was in a format of a loan. Here, guided tours, having elders, community bringing, and then, yes, I'm rushing because the time is going by. I think the effects of repatriation, for me, the biggest one was capacity building, but not only capacity building to the National Museum, but also to other heritage institutions within Namibia and to other museum practitioners, and sharing that knowledge and passing it on. That was like economic opportunities that were given to community members as well as artists, because everybody was contracted. And then just community engagement, which is the biggest thing, because we are so many communities in Namibia, different languages, but having to bring them together to just talk about the importance of culture, cultural heritage. And yeah, thank you. I tried.
Thank you so much. Julia, for me it feels like you've brought all these colleagues that we've seen in images to the room, and you've shown us how these 23 objects, you multiplied relationships and networks into networks of tens and actually hundreds of people that got involved with thinking about what this return and restitution of the objects and what the project in Berlin could mean to them and how to appropriate it from a Namibian perspective. So thank you very much again. And with this, we break for now, I think left 25 minutes if we would like to, if we want to start in time, which will be 11:50, with another round of presentations, of 3 presentations, and afterwards, again, let me mention a Q&A session where all the presenters come to the podium and we can ask questions and discuss further. So enjoy coffee and biscuits. So welcome back to the auditorium, and we'll now continue with the second set of our panel. And as I said in the very beginning, it'll be three consecutive presentations, and at the end, all the speakers will take a seat here, and we'll have the opportunity to discuss questions and hear your comments on the projects. And yeah, the first presentation is one that takes our attention to a particularly sensitive topic, the topic of ancestral remains held in German institutions and in the very most cases appropriated unethically or under dubious context. We just have to frankly admit that. So I hand over now to one particularly intense project at the SPK with a presentation called From the Anthropological Collection to Ancestral Remains, How Affected Communities in Africa Perceive the Treatment of Their Ancestors in Germany. And I welcome Kuku Azamede, Associate Professor at the Department of German Studies at the University of Lomé, and Bernhard Heb, Head of the Collections of the Museum of Prehistory and Early History at SMB SPK. So another tandem. This is the principle, the structuring principle of this panel. Please come here and take over the mic. And we're looking forward to knowing more about the project. Is Kuku, is he online? Okay, good.
I hope he's already online. So, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends and colleagues, thank you very much for the invitation. First of all, thank you, Larissa, for the introduction. And sure, we are touching another topic. So we are not talking about artifacts, we are talking about human remains. And human remains is a quite technical terminus, which turns into ancestors sometimes, because we have to remember that all the human remains we have are somewhere or to somebody an ancestor, and that's what we often forget, and for a long time we ignored this fact. And I want to show you a little bit about our project, what is behind numbers, what is behind a collection, history. And my partner is Kuku Azamede, friend and partner, and he will do 2/3 of the lecture, and I will give you a little bit of a first insight. First of all, I would like to take this opportunity to thank Professor Hermann Parzinger for inviting my Togolese cooperation partner and me to this symposium. And secondly, for his unwavering support of the Museum of Prehistory and Early History with its anthropological collection for the past 10 years. Without his support, we would not be able to discuss parts of our provenance research on human remains from a colonial context today. Thank you very much, Professor Parzinger. At this point, I would also like to mention and thank our cooperation partner from Cameroon, Professor Dr. David Simot. Although he is not actively participating in this lecture, he has been part of our research team for West Africa since 2022. In the next 15 minutes, Kuku Azamede and I will only be able to give a very brief insight into our work. But before I'm handing over to Kuku, I will give you some context about the collection. The Museum of Prehistory and Early History houses over 11,000 human skulls from all over the world, taken over from the Charité in 2011, so it's not our original collection. I'll give you some brief statistics on this in a moment. This collection includes approximately 4,000 skulls from German colonial context, German Eastern Africa, Western Africa, Papua New Guinea. From 2017 to 2021, we have been able to examine the collection from German East Africa, and since 2022, the countries of West Africa for the precise context of appropriation. The goal of all projects was to involve the countries of origin and, where possible, the affected communities. This worked especially well for Togo, where we are able to present our findings to the communication and discuss the consequences. Ich habe ein Kreislaufproblem, tut mir leid. Ich habe nichts gefrühstückt, tut mir leid, einen Moment. But what is this anthropological collection? Oh, one moment, it doesn't work. Ah ja, okay, vielleicht war es mein Finger. But what is this anthropological collection? We are researching now for nearly 10 years. Danke dir. Mainly if two persons have to be named. Rudolf Virchow, as a German physician, pathologist, anthropologist, prehistoric archaeologist, biologist, and politician, as founder of the Berlin Society of Anthropology, Ethnology, and Prehistory, he started collecting human remains around 1869. With his death in 1902, collection activity ends. The collection had 4,099 inventory numbers. Today, 3,432 skulls are still existing, and all index card and the inventory register are still available. To the left, you see Felix von Luschan, was an Austrian physician, archaeologist, anthropologist, and ethnographer in 1885. He started his career in Berlin at the Museum für Völkerkunde und Königlichen Museen zu Berlin, today Ethnological Museum. Around the same time, he started collecting human remains from all over the world. In 1819, he became professor for physical anthropology at the University of Berlin. We have to state that he was the bigger collector, or the one who was more active than Rudolf Virchow, because in all he collected around 10,000 skulls, 4,000 for his private collection, which is today in New York in the Natural History Museum, and the S collection, which is today in our museum with around 5,457 individuals. Okay, working. I told you that I will name some numbers. I give you some numbers because you have to see the numbers to understand what we are doing and why these are doing. I told you that we have around 11,000 individuals. As mentioned, the collection contains 11,000 skulls distributed as follows. 63% are from Africa and Oceania and thus largely bear a colonial background. From Africa, we have so far been able to examine approximately 1,100 skulls from German East Africa, today Tanzania, Rwanda, Burundi, and Kenya, and approximately 500 skulls from the West African colonies, today mostly Togo, Cameroon, and Ghana. The results have already been published or are currently being prepared. Kuku Asamede now shows you how human remains in anthropological collections actually become ancestors in the communities. So he will show you the history or part of the history behind the numbers. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. I would like just to summarize what you have maybe experienced on the field, especially in Togo. So we exchanges with the community, and all the time we met them, there was the chief of the village, his staff, and the elderly people and young representative of local association. So either we held the meeting in the chief's palace or in a public square, so that everybody could participate in the exchange. But we didn't choose the localities maybe just for some, so we choose localities just for some reason, because we target them to the places where expeditive expedition has taken places or medical experiments at during the German colonial time. So we also have many different files. So you can scroll, please, the next page. So there we had many different phases during the exchanges. Before we listened to the people. We gave them information about the existence of human remains in anthropological collections. And only after that, we gave them maybe the floor to give us our narrative about the fighting with the German troops in the area. And then after, we asked them questions about the eventual missing persons. And then they could explain us some issues about possible repatriation of the remains that belong to them. Then after we have maybe gave them this explanation, give them information about the existence of these remains in the anthropological collection, we felt their reactions, especially it was for them emotional, even horrible, to know that there are some remains, not buried, but still lying in some museums, and not only one, but many remains. So for them, this perception was like a shock, because dead human remains could not be, those parts of body parts that we are calling remains, it could not exist in museum, because each part of the body represents for them the whole. That's why for them, remains lie in the cemetery and not in museum. So just to summarize, we have tried to select one special video we have recorded on the field that explains how German troops killed people in northern Togo and their perception of their position concerning the return of ancestors and the places of battle. So if you are ready, I can let you just watch this short video, please.
Mother Jammy woman get it over there, Chinella. Bogama, Rando Janala, Lambu, young bet. Lambu. Babamu Lambu, Pamuji, a Chicho Janella, Canton Mole, 18 car, a Jacaro, Adena, Edena, sorry, Edena. Don't let Bogam Lamungu get a lot there, could I use it in Poco, the digital white. Kogube lambu tayo lambu yo beyo lambu e tayo be kude alwato ngu telarun jamma we keli die to ka jammu no he kabi boys bajala andu lambu e boys bajala andu lambu e mali sinema wole menena mbu bajala andu lambu be ngoto sinema Benyamin, be boys less no. What one will bomb and I you know what I love you. Tell a piece de pomme, let us never done Lamburu. Bomb Bugama, I want to not die. Woke up in the bed. Scabbing now, does so to the Bayakayan, Basake. Woke up on Munima. Tom, Bombay, America, by your way. Bombay, Mulawi, Lamu of years men, or could Dodgers now. I will tell you, we have a mule, Lo Rajale, Sekale, Basa Rajana, Papa de Lima, Gobinale, ye have done one Bokulini. They have number of passing tomorrow. I am not for me. It's my yard, gentleman, doesn't know. Say that way. Only a mumma, I know, Papa Tingo, the lady, a lady, don't toss as well. May she surgeon I don't come back by my foot, and she's good of it, which are but to see better. Bon, no, really. While I couldn't believe what said to you, and I was a gamma, I said to you, a corner said that. I was Papa.
Ta chỉ chào như bà này thế nhiên là sẽ tôi cho sự nào ba Believe for quarterback. Tete, better, Mbuala Kalu, Baba Pai, the Suberisi, Bokona. Nabeta, Tikas Armani here. Put your Bokona, Bokona. This is where Tim wants it. The Bible where doesn't matter. Timber to me and say, Deal like Belissi Papananga, doesn't matter. Ele to them Bokona, Bokona. Pen number home to them, Demoyo. Buyo, Pa, Mabum, Ngum, Yelva Memenda, every Lapan and Salem Bakondra.
I think something missed from the movie, but is Coco back online?
Yes.
Yes, okay.
Anyway.
So I think we missed 1 or 2 minutes of the movie, didn't we?
Yes, it was there's another place, another testimony or word of the communities. But it should be not also very, I think it's okay. So
we keep it like that, yes?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. I think you got a small glimpse of what we're doing and how provenience research in Germany is connected, in this case especially, to the communities. That means what we do has a direct impact on the communities and their history in Africa and all over. It doesn't matter where we work. And on this, I want also to thank 2 institutions which funded us for the last 7 years. Without them, it would not have been possible to do our research and not possible to show it here to you. Thank you very much. Kuku, thank you very much for being with me.
Thank you very much. Yeah. But I want to ask, I'm very sorry, I will not be able to participate in the discussion. I have to go quickly to get my train for another places. I'm very sorry, but Bernard, since you are there, I hope you will answer to eventual questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, and thanks for making it possible to be here, at least online. And thanks for the impressive account of how much and how detailed oral history and collective memory still exists on those acts of violence committed in the course of colonialism on the side of those who suffered this violence and their descendants. We'll now go to the archaeological field with a project at the Antikensammlung, the collection of the classical antiquities of SPK. And the title is Legal Illegal, the excavations in Didima, a case study of joint German-Turkish provenance research. And I'd like to invite now Mustafa. I don't know whether this is, again, a combination, a tandem, analog and digital, or whether there's 2 people here in the room. Yeah, good. So, Mustafa Kemal Baran, researcher associate at the Koç University Research Center for Anatolian Civilizations, ANAMED, in Istanbul, and Martin Maischberger, deputy director at the Collection of Classical Antiquities at SPK. So please, the floor is yours.
Hello, everybody. Hermann Parzinger, Marion Ackermann, dear colleagues, dear friends, it is a great pleasure for us. It's an honor to be here and to present one of the archaeological papers included in this marvelous symposium. Yes, the title, Legal and Illegal, the excavations of Didymar between 1905 and 1913, might need a bit of explanation. This is a joint project. A joint project in two senses. Internally, we have connected three of the archaeological collections and the Central Archive under one roof to collaborate. And most important, more important than our internal collaboration, is that we have an external partner from our Turkish side, represented here by Kemal Baran. The funding of the project is done as one of the previous projects presented so far by the German Lost Art Foundation, Deutsches Zentrum Kulturgutverluste. And as far as I know, Larissa Förster, we are one of the first projects of archaeological museums, as opposed to the ethnographic ones, which have been included in the funding line, included in the post-colonial studies. So we really feel glad about that, and we were happy to get the funding for a 2-year project, which started in 2023 and went on, still is going on until the second half of this year. So we are talking about archaeology, to be more precise, about Mediterranean archaeology, classical, ancient Near Eastern, and including the early Islamic times. On this map, you just see a short overview of a couple of sites, not all of the sites which have been excavated and researched by Berlin Museum archaeologists in the span of time between 1875 and 1914. Briefly speaking, in the time of the Second German Empire before the outbreak of World War I. You can easily recognize a cluster of excavations in what is nowadays the western part of Turkey, and more precisely in the middle part of it, in what in antiquity was known as Ionia, Miletus being the most important parts of them. But you can recognize other well-known names in the very west, Olympia in Greece, Pergamon to the north of Ionia, and in the very far east, in modern-day Lebanon, Baalbek, also a classical site which was excavated by Berlin Museums. In our project, we have decided to choose 3 excavation sites, expanding beyond the classical field. Didymar was already mentioned previously by the classical ones. Didymar is a extra-urban sanctuary related to Miletus. This represents Antikensammlung and Greek and Roman antiquity. The second one, I tried to find it with a laser pointer, is located here. The ancient name is Samal, the modern Turkish name is Zincirli. This is an early Iron Age settlement and the capital which yielded many objects for the ancient Near Eastern department of our museum. The third place we choose is Samarra, to the northwest of Baghdad in modern-day Iraq. Why Iraq? At this time, we are talking about around the time between the last decades of the 19th and the first decades of the 20th century. All of this here, most of this, what is given in green color, was Ottoman Empire. The Ottoman Empire, of course, was never dependent in the sense that it was colonialized by any other foreign country. It was an independent state ever since, let's say, since the 15th, 16th century, and it expanded itself, and it exerts colonial power towards neighboring countries, including the Arabic countries. Modern-day Iraq is one of them. So the discourse about colonialism is a very intricate one, has many layers. On one hand, of course, the Ottoman Empire itself was a colonial power. And then if you define colonialism in a broader sense, you can say not only, as we have seen in a previous paper, true colonialism as it happened in Western Africa with Togo, but also some forms of, let's say, indirect colonialism, which has to do with a disparity of economic power, of military power, and so on. This was the case with the Ottoman Empire around 1900. In German, there was a very bad expression, say, der kranke Mann vom Bosporus, saying that the Ottoman Empire was weak and was about to collapse. In fact, it happened in the aftermath of the First World War. So Didymar, what is about, that has to be said about Didymar. Didymar was and still is famous for one of the biggest temples of the ancient antiquity, so-called dipteros, with a double row of columns, huge in dimensions, really one of the giant temples which were particularly in favor in this area of Ionia, as said. So, and moreover, it was an oracle sanctuary, famous, world famous, and sanctuary of the god Apollo. When the excavators started there, they mainly focused on the architecture, but then, of course, they found much more than architecture. Architecture is represented on this slide on the left side. Here we have a marble capital, and here we have a architectural piece made of clay, but they found much more. They found marble sculpture, bronze sculpture, marble inscriptions, and many objects more. We have some 500, 600 objects which were exported during this excavation campaigns, which started in 1905 and ended in 1913, so in the very last years before World War I. And of course, we are trying to trace back the concrete circumstances, when exactly and by which transport means they came to Berlin, and what is connected with the Turkish authorities. Now I hand over to the next slide to my friend Kemal.
Thank you, Martin. The slide you see on the screen is a brief list of all the archival collections that we have researched so far within the project. With this slide, it also gives me the opportunity to tell a bit about how we worked within the project, how we communicated with each other. So at the beginning, we were 5 provenance researchers, 3 based in Berlin, 2 based in Istanbul, including me. And for Germany, the starting point for the archival research was the excavation archives within the Central Archive of SMB. So each 3 of each researchers had a specific site that he worked on. And then the second layer of archives was the personal estates, in German Nachlass, which each excavation director or related key actor left. And of course, there was at the political level, Politisches Archiv and Bundesarchiv, which had related documents in terms of the diplomatic relations and how permits and were taken by the Germans within the Ottoman context. In the Istanbul case, the main focus was the Ottoman State Archives, which is the primary location which has all the documentation between different organs of the Ottoman bureaucracy, including the Ministry of Ministry of Public Education, which oversaw the excavations at the time. One key development happened during our project was that the archive of the Istanbul Archaeological Museum, formerly in the Ottoman context, the Imperial Museum, was transferred from the museum to the Ottoman State Archives, digitized, and very recently made public, which we were able to utilize some of the documents in our project as well. Currently, the metadata for that archive is not 100% complete, but it's gradually uploaded. This archive is a very key information, key source for any provenance research done within the Ottoman context, as it has all the administrative and related documentation included there. In the Turkish context, we also had some personal estates, such as Halil Ethem or Aziz Ogan, who were part of the Imperial Museum and then the Istanbul Archaeological Museums, who also had overseen inspector roles in the excavations. Currently, we've completed this archival research and putting them all together into a common database and see how these documents talk to each other, and then how these documents fill the gaps each of left in their context. In this slide is a very brief timeline of archaeology and museums in the Ottoman Empire. This is to give you a brief context to what we are doing. because it constitutes the sort of a backbone of how to understand the provenance of these objects from these three sites. The key, probably the starting point, was the opening of the Imperial Museum in the Hagia Irini Church, and then with the appointment of Osman Hamdi Bey as its director in 1881, the museum started to develop really its own collections and started their own excavations as well, which culminated in the move to its new building, which is the current Istanbul Archaeological Museum when you visit in 1891. A key legislation that we deal with in the project is the Ottoman Empire's Antiquities Regulation, in Turkish Asari Atika Nizamnamesi, which was first launched in 1861, and this was one of the earliest examples that was introduced globally to legislate cultural heritage. Newer versions of the regulation were introduced in 1871, 1889, and 1906, each superseding the previous one. One of the key changes was to do with the ownership and the export of finds, while, for instance, 1871 version included a three-way division between the state, the finder, and the landowner. The 1884 stated that any finds would belong to the Ottoman state and banned all exports of antiquities. The final 1906 regulation actually remained in effect in the Republic of Turkey as well until 1973. These legal texts increasingly expanded in scope and addressed what qualifies as an antiquity, legal ownership of archaeological finds, and regulations on import and export. On this slide, you see one example that we were able to locate within our research. It is an example for an excavation permit for Didim excavation, dated 1905. We were able to find it in the Wiegand estate in German Archaeological Institute's archive in Berlin. It's an example of, it gives an information to us of how these dynamics played out. For example, it was issued by the Minister of Public Education of the Ottoman state with the approval of the Grand Vizier and the, of course, will of the Sultan. It is given to Theodor Wiegand as one of the directors of the Berlin Museums. This permit gives details about the limits and the conditions of the excavation. The other examples that we found to similar to this one, they tend to be formulaic in their language. However, there can be differences for each site and applicant based on the specific date of the application as the Antiquities Regulation bylaw changed over time. Along with the documents on division of finds, these are the key documents in our provenance research for our project. So what we do as part of the project is to identify and reveal the relationships between different actor clusters who played important roles in these excavations. For the Didim excavation, it was Theodor Wiegand as the director of the excavation, Hubert Knakfus, who was responsible for the architectural research at the site, and Martin Schede, who somehow acted as a coordinator and as a field director. They appear extensively documentation, and their personal archives estates also shed more light into the inner mechanisms of the excavation. On the Turkish side, our project also revealed much more information about the local actors who played important roles. Here you see on the screen is Ahmet Aziz Bey, as it appeared on the Ottoman context, but later Aziz Ogan, who later became first the director of the Izmir Archaeological Museum and then the Istanbul Archaeological Museum. What it gives us is that how important the local actors played between both the Imperial Museum in Turkey as well as the German counterparts, and how the networks that formed as part of the excavations. And with that, I will give over to Martin for the concluding remarks.
Thank you, Kemal. So we have not gone into details, then for some few exceptions, I would like to line out the main lines of our project. So it has been said it is an interdisciplinary project, bringing together several disciplines of classical archaeology, ancient Near Eastern archaeology, archaeology of the early Islamic art. And of course, I forgot to mention at the very beginning, it is coordinated by the Central Archive, so by archivists and historians. Most important because we archaeologists sometimes think we can do provenance research without the aid of historians. So this is most important of all. Then the bilateral side, of course, has to be stressed again. So the multi-perspective, the second perspective, we used to do research about our institution, about our predecessors as directors and curators, but we really failed to include the other side, the perspective of the Turkish side. And as far as I know, for me, it's really one of the first experiences of this kind to see not only the documents in the archives, but also how do Turkish colleagues nowadays think about this. And we will try, of course, to include this also in the future presentation in the Pergamon Museum. What will be the outline of the project proper? As mentioned, it will end in the second half of this year. There will be mainly two written outcomes. The first is the final report, after having submitted a first report, a provisional report. In the middle of the project, we will deliver a final report, and we will produce a guideline which will more be centered on the structures, on methods, on general information, which can be useful also out of our own institution. So for other museums which might have similar holdings, objects coming from the former Ottoman Empire. Both of this will be published in the next year, in 2026. And of course, this cannot be the end. This must just be the very starting point for additional research, not only on the sites mentioned, but also on the other ones, which are present here in Berlin. Didima, as for the classical antiquity, has been chosen because it is quite small and it can be handled easier, but we have the big names, we have Pergamon, we have Miletus and others, which have to be explored in the same way, but this needs additional time, some more funding. We will again approach DZK and other institutions which are feasible for doing this kind of research funding. You can find the QR code here on the slide and find more information online about the project as a whole and the single sites which we just mentioned very briefly. Thank you very much for your attention, and yes, I'm looking forward to questions in the final round of this morning session. Thank you.
Can I get this?
Mentioned, I used to wear the hat of the head of the Department of Cultural Goods and Collections from Colonial Context at the German Lost Art Foundation that funds two of the projects that are presented in this panel. And since I'm still very much committed to this field, obviously it's a pleasure for me to see projects thriving that in my previous function we were able to help foster and help shape. Yeah, now over to the last presentation of this panel by Raimund Voges, Executive Assistant at the Prussian Secret State Archives, and John Wojtkowicz, Head of the Berlin State Library, on the Seminar for Oriental Languages in Berlin.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, don't worry. I know I'm standing between lunch and you, so I promise to keep this as digestible as possible. Nevertheless, it's a true pleasure to introduce our project, Colonial Entanglements, the Seminar for Oriental Languages, here at the Future of Collections Symposium. Today, I'll give you a glimpse into the fascinating history and the holdings of the seminar and share how we are working to conserve, restore, and digitize these unique collections. My colleague, John, will follow up with insights into our collaborative workshops and outreach. Let's begin with the Seminar for Oriental Languages. Founded in 1887 as a joint project of Prussia and the German Reich, the seminar was modeled on the successful Imperial and Royal Academy for Oriental Languages in Vienna, which had set a precedent for training interpreters and diplomats for service abroad. Its creation was likely sparked by a famous outburst from Chancellor Otto von Bismarck, who, during a German-Turkish conference, complained about the shortage of translators. The seminar's mission was ambitious: to train translators, diplomats, civil servants, officers, missionaries, and entrepreneurs for service in Germany's expanding global networks. The curriculum covered not only languages like Arabic, Persian, Turkish, Swahili, Chinese, and Japanese, but also cultural studies, economics, and so-called colonial sciences. The teaching staff included both German experts who held a chair at the Berlin Friedrich Wilhelms University and lecturers from the colonies, making the seminar a truly international institution at its time. Over the decades, the seminar evolved alongside Germany's shifting political landscape. In 1936, it was renamed Auslandshochschule, and by 1940, it had been integrated into the Friedrich Wilhelms University at Berlin. Its records reflect not just the administrative machinery of colonial and trade policy, but also the often overlooked voices of Asian and African lecturers who contributed both to academic and social life in Berlin. So what exactly do we have in our archives? The holdings comprise 488 archival units, about 70,000 pages or 12 linear meters of records. These documents offer a rich source base for research, from official correspondence like telegrams or policy papers to personal files like employment contracts and teaching materials, or even postcards, as you can see over here. They illuminate both the ambitions of German colonial policy and the lived experiences of those who moved between continents and cultures. Most importantly, these records also preserve traces of marginalized perspectives, voices that challenge, complicate, and enrich our understanding of the colonial past. Preserving these fragile documents for future generations is no small feat. With support from DIGIS, the Berlin Science and Competence Center for Digitization, we've secured 56,700 euros in funding to carry out a comprehensive conservation program. This includes dry surface cleaning, restoration, and dematerialization, essential steps before digitization can begin. Digitization is more than just scanning pages. Our aim is to make these records accessible via the archive Portal D and to digitally consolidate them with related holdings at the Berlin State Library and the State and University Library in Hamburg. This not only safeguards the originals, but also opens up the collections to researchers and communities worldwide. We are also committed to contextualizing these materials responsibly. Many of these sources reflect colonial ideologies, racist attitudes, or sensitive knowledge. That's why our work doesn't end with digitization. We want these collections to be living resources, sparking new research, dialogue, and engagement. To that end, we'll be hosting Wikipedia and Wikidata editathons at the beginning of next year with the support of the Decolonization Competence Center of the Berlin City Museum Foundation. Thank you for resisting the call for lunch just a little longer. And now over to John, who will introduce our workshop program and share more about how we're building our networks around these collections.
All right. Thank you, Ramon, and I should just add a little amendment. My role is head of the Stabi-Lab at the Berlin State Library, not to get me into any hot water with Achim Bonte. So yeah, thank you very much. And so you might be wondering what the Stabi-Lab and the Berlin State Library has to do with records of a colonial institute held by the Prussian Secret State Archives. So thanks to the generous support from the SBK over the past 2.5 years, we have been able to carry out a number of activities as part of a project on collections from colonial contexts at the library. The project In Context, Colonial Histories and Digital Collections organized a major symposium on colonial contexts in library in November of 2023. And out of this grew a new working group as part of the network Colonial Contexts that devoted its energy to develop guidelines for how to deal with collections from colonial contexts in libraries. So that's not unlike what we've heard earlier this morning in terms of the museum guidelines. We have been able to generate greater visibility for the history of colonialism at the library by showcasing selected objects and records in the Stabi Kulturwerk, that's the library's museum, where we've been able to engage the wider public and involve them in debates about sensitive and contested contents, request the public's feedback on how such objects may or may not be displayed. And not least, we've been able to share insights and learn from colleagues, not only from within the SBK, but also from like-minded projects such as the We Are Our History project at the Bodleian Libraries. And it's fantastic to see that some of our colleagues are here with us today. So we are delighted then to partner with the Prussian Secret State Archives and the Competence Office for Decolonization of the City Museum of Berlin to continue this kind of work and to organize citizen science workshops as part of this DIGIS project. Now, the purpose of the workshops is to open our doors and invite an interested public to engage with the historical material. Our goal is to collect information on lecturers of Arabic, Turkish, and Swahili who worked at the Seminar for Oriental Languages, but who've yet to receive adequate mention for the roles and their experiences in Berlin at a time when Germany was an active colonial power. Now, specifically, the information collected from the records is to improve existing Wikipedia and Wikidata entries and generate new ones where no entries yet exist. And likewise, new entries will be submitted to the German authority file to connect existing data on the seminar and the German lecturers, some of whom who already have entries in the GND. And we hope that this way we are able to enhance linked data and make visible new collections among the organizations and the individuals who worked at the Berlin Seminar for Oriental Languages. Now, participants of the workshops will be working with historical records that will contain contemporary language and ideologies, the colonial gaze that is all too common in the administrative records of colonial Germany. So to support participants with little experience in this field, we will have sessions run by expert researchers on the history of the seminar and the type of documents that participants eventually will work with. And in coordination with the City Museum, we are also considering a racism-conscious moderated process for these workshops. So to conclude, I think the project really is an important step to generate awareness and greater visibility for those individual lecturers of Arabic, Turkish, and Swahili at the Seminar for Oriental Languages that have yet to receive full recognition for their work and the experience at the beginning of the 20th century. And likewise, I think this project really gives us the opportunity to improve upon open data, make new connections among cultural heritage data, and to bring the public in touch with the SBK's collections to do that kind of audience building that we talked about earlier this morning, and to build those longer lasting relationships in the city and beyond Berlin. And I think that's one of the important aspects of the work that we do. So thank you very much.
Taking us now eventually to the digital realm, closely interwoven, I think, with a spatial landscape in Berlin. And with this, I'd like to ask all the presenters of this morning to come to the podium, sit with us, take a seat here, so we can start the Q&A session. And the idea is as follows. I'd like to ask one or two questions that I think all of us could address briefly in terms of overarching observations and conclusions to be made from these projects. And then after one or two questions, I'll hand over to the audience, and you may ask your questions or make comments. Something that I'd like to hear from you is what you see as the consequences, the implications, or even the repercussions of your particular projects to the larger field. We've heard that the archaeological projects was indeed one of the first ones, even joint projects in this field of archaeology. The project at the Museum of European Culture was actually still one of the few projects that address internal European colonialism. The Berlin Namibian project was, I think, the first that returned a really considerable number of cultural belongings and had so many ramifications in the field, in particular in Namibia. What do you think is the larger consequences and learnings of your projects for those broader fields, and then also for the institutions in which you've set up these projects? What was the effect of, or how were self-understandings, views, routines, and practices changed, and how do you think these changes could be permanentized, could be carried on, could be transpire into the structure of institutions, so that we can implement in the future collaborative projects more easily? Because some of these, I think, were the first projects of this kind for your institutions. And I think the question is, how can we make sure these are not once-off projects, but this turns into a more collaborative approach structurally in our institutions? So can I maybe start with the last project and then move over to that other side?
Sure, absolutely. So I'll suggest two impacts, and Ramon, please, add where you think that fits. I would say, like, there for the project on the digitization of the administrative records of the Berlin Seminar for Oriental Language, I think the impact can be twofold. For one, obviously, we're providing access to a new trove of research documents. So we're hoping we're generating new kinds of research here. We're opening up new stories about the people who actually worked in that institution at the time. So I think there's the research aspect where we can generate new knowledge, but I think there's also an aspect that maybe focuses more on methodological questions, the way we interact with our collections, and the way how we as institutions see ourselves more as perhaps a revolving door, where we do more of the public engagement, where we see ourselves as the receivers, not the givers of knowledge. and trying, like this is obviously a short project that we are working on. This is a one-year project, but with a view to building those longer-lasting relationships, I think this can be a first step. There's always that element of uncertainty in citizen science projects. Who knows who's going to show up? But in the in an ideal world, there might be relatives or friends or like second, third generation colleagues. This seminar continued into the second half of the 20th century, right? So there could be many additional inputs that then generate new projects and let us continue those relationships.
Thank you. And I think the expression of receivers of knowledge, I think is quite key here to understand ourselves differently, not as the producers only, but as the receivers. May I hand over to you and ask you what your conclusions would be for the broader field of anthropological collections?
I think there are, thank you very much, I think there are 2 points I want to state. First of all, for our own collection, it was a very important experience because I'm coming from an archaeological museum in which you normally don't deal with colonial context with human remains. And that means we, first of all, learned about what we have and how to deal with it. So that means we got another kind of access to the topic, and it is quite different to what we've done 10 years ago, what we do now. That we, in an ethical way, we know better what we're dealing with. And the other side is the impact outside of the museum is very important, because we also learned it is not our first project what we presented. Togo was the second one. We had the first one in Tanzania and Rwanda, and there we learned for the first time how important it is to talk about ancestors and about the common history we both have, all the countries which are affected by that. And so we learned more and more that it is important to communicate outside and to tell the stories our collection has. And then we learned more and more that it's more important to also incorporate the communities, to hear what they have to say and to learn from what they have to say. But this is a hard work because we are 100 years away from the colonial times, and there's nearly nobody who can tell you from first or second hand what really has happened. So you always have a filter of time. But we learned anyway that it is one of the most important parts of our project that we talk and that we listen to each other. And after that, which is also very important because it was also called sustainability, we have third-side funded projects so far, which means we don't know how all the projects will proceed in the future. That means money is also a very important aspect if you want to make things like that happen and to go on. And this I want to state really, it's a very important topic for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
For us, I mean, Namibia has been repatriating since 2011, starting off with human remains. But I think what's so unique about this project is that you didn't only have a few experts coming in for a week or 2 weeks, This project spanned over a decade. So I think the future for me for these collections and these projects to be sustainable is not only gathering different types of people and reactivating dormant knowledge, because you do need different institutions to do that, but it's also about building trust and understanding, like you were saying earlier on. And I think that's what we've achieved, because it's not only across the waters that we need to build this trust, but it's even within Namibia alone. I mean, you're doing research, you're coming to a village with your big car, and there's a lot going on. And you need to really build that confidence with community members to be willing to share their lives with you. So there are a lot of key players beyond the 2 that signed MOUs. And I think that's the beauty of doing community-based projects and provenance research, as you call it here.
Thank you so much. What I would like to add is, or what I would like to emphasize is the listening. I think for us, and Marion Ackermann, you spoke about the learning institution. That was something that we did a lot in this project. And it's not just on a research basis and on the people on the list here that we showed, but it's, for example, the press department. At the beginning, we also had to explain that we needed to create a safe space for these kinds of reconnections to happen in the depot, behind closed doors, beyond the public here. The same was true with conservation. I was able to see a wonderful relationship between the conservator of the Ethnological Museum and the conservator at the National Museum, Blossom, and the kinds of workshops they did then at the National Museum in Windhoek for border publics and cultural practitioners was amazing. And it was this kind of coming together of knowledges that we dreamed of, but we were not quite sure whether our project was able to shape it. And beyond that, I think now the big challenge I see is how to translate this to a wider society here. We also mentioned the societal tensions we're living in today. A lot of these really important processes are happening in Namibia, are happening backstage, in the depots, in the storages. So how can we make this relevant again in the society here, in the Berlin society? And I think that's a beautiful challenge that together with artists and cultural practitioners, yeah, we can go for, yes, sure.
Yeah, I mean, when you said what's happening beyond, I also thought about the newly inaugurated president of Namibia recently. I know that creative industries are part of her 7 priority fields that she's like for the presidential administration. So I think it's projects like these that that bring emphasis onto how cultural heritage can uplift the country, not only the people, but economically as well. And I think that's something that the administration is currently channeling into, you know.
Thank you for these different aspects. Is this mine, Andy? Yeah, I hand over to you. Sorry, I hear a beeping sound, and I'm wondering whether it's mine. No. Because that would be typically me.
Perspective for the futures is the topic. I have a dream, and this dream means that we should enlarge, starting from this Didima project, to expand it on a European level. Considering that Didima has been researched, excavated by other European countries as well, by France, by England, that objects have also made their way to their museums, at least to the Louvre and in part also to the British. And within Turkey itself, it's true that Didima is present in many, many cities. It's present in Miletus in the museum, it's present in Izmir in the museum, and it's present in Istanbul. So this means that to truly investigate the outcome of this excavation, it would be necessary to go on with a European, including Turkey, project which includes all of them. This is a dream because, of course, it depends not only from funding but also from political situation in to which degree Turkish museums would be allowed to, let's say it, this way, to cooperate in this way. Now, 2 facts come also into my mind which have to do with the distinction between Ottoman Empire Turkey and the Republican Turkey on the one hand, and the community aspect of the local workers, which we didn't consider so far, but you have researched upon. I would ask you to say something about that.
So that is also one of the outcomes of this project, that we come across with documentation which is normally not part of the narrative of history of archaeology. These are usually the local communities who partake in the excavations, who do the manual labor, but also actually have much more active role in managing the sites when the excavation teams are not there. So we have these, so this is also a contribution towards the narrative of history of archaeology as well. One thing that I would like to also mention as part of the future directions is that the main outcome of our project is a guideline for similar projects, basically a guideline for provenance research for archaeological objects that came from the Ottoman Empire. Because this is basically a pilot project, and even within the Berlin Museum's collections, there are so many other sites, such as Pergamon, Miletus, and the research still needs to be done in terms of exact provenance. And of course, as Martin also mentioned, even for a single site, it can be many institutions in its current form within Turkey as well as in Europe. So there have been, let's say, advantages and disadvantages of pursuing such project, and I think it's important to learn from the shortcomings and positive sides, and to somehow convey this project memory, let's say, to other similar projects that will be done hopefully in the future.
That's an interesting term as well, project memory, in comparison with institutional memory, and how this project memory can be incorporated into institutional memory. But enough from my side. I'd like to hand over to you and ask you to raise your hand if you've got a question for the panel, any of the panelists, or a comment, any remark that you would want to make. There's one here in the middle row.
Does it work? Yeah. My name is Nina Schallenberg. I'm working for the Jewish Museum here in Berlin. Your projects largely referred to collections that you have, so that were collected in the past. And my question would be if the learnings that you took from those projects has any effect on how you will collect in the future. Because some of your projects also included that you would give away parts of your collections because of the restitution cases, etc. And I would like to know if in your teams you also discuss how you could cope with those lacks that would be caused in the collections, and how, if all your projects have an effect on how you collect in the future.
So that's on the future of collecting, and not only of collections, if you collect. So who would like to answer and address this question?
Well, for the archaeological collections, the answer is quite easy to say. Since many years, we hardly don't buy anything anymore on the art market, because we know that most of them don't have this precise provenance documentation which they would need for us to be sure to acquire. So we don't acquire anymore, and this is true for most of us and for many other museums in Germany as well. Some of them still are a bit reluctant about that, but most of them follow the same process. We have talked briefly about restitution. Restitution has taken place in the more recent past and in the very recent past. For instance, we have restituted to Italy a group of Apulian vases last year. So this is a thing which will be part of our, I don't say common practice, but it will continue to be part of our activities. Provenance research as such, of course, will be a very fundamental part of our daily work for, I would say, a very long time in the future.
May I add something?
Yeah.
Our exhibition at the Humboldt Forum really tried, even though it's very small, we really tried to highlight the fact that we gain much more than we lose if we start opening up and let collection also return back home. It's also a question of how we define heritage. Yes, the material heritage, some of it might travel back home and might be welcomed back home, but the immaterial wealth that we gained by collaboratively researching was, I can't think it can even be weighed against it. It was huge, and it continues to grow because we started this process. And another fact is that particularly ethnographic museums, their budgets for acquiring new collections has shrunken considerably since the last 150 years. So working together with contemporary artists to bring in a contemporary view and a very situated view and knowledge on these collections is also very enriching in the ways in which, at least ethnological museums, are now able to collect. Even though they were collecting, maybe we have to reflect on that as well. But that's a different discussion for now to have. I think bottom line is that we gain much more than we lose.
Is there anything to add from your perspective, Golda? No. As a National Museum in Namibia that also holds an old ethnographic collection,
maybe I can't speak to the secret state archives, but as part of digitization projects at the Berlin State Library, we also identify, like monographs, just collection items that have been lost due to the world wars, for example. These are not items that are, subject to debates over restitution. The provenance is secured, but we look to then fill the gaps, for researchers, for items, for example, as part of such projects. Then where we know, oh, here we have certain gaps, but that's, I guess, like a bit of a different angle, and perhaps less on collecting practices as such.
Thank you for this round.
As you mentioned the secret archives, archives just work differently, so that's not a question which actually concerns us that much.
But still they acquire. Anyway, thank you for this round, and here is a second question from the audience.
My name is Sobhashachi Mukherjee. I'm from Mumbai. I was listening to each one of you very carefully. You completed so many projects, so much success. I'm sure, one of you experienced one failed project. That project failed miserably. And I was expecting that somebody will share the story of failed project. And that is also very important for all of us to know how project failed. I don't know whether you experienced or not.
I'm sure, yeah. There's usually a lot of failures or failed attempts also in projects, and maybe also whole projects that did not fly, that were not successful. Who would like to reply to that comment? Yes? Yes.
I can't tell you about the whole project that failed, because then I would not say here. But I can tell you about special topics which failed inside of a project, for example. That's most things that failed in our project was to get in contact with the communities affected, for example, because what we never thought of, that some of the communities are not interested at all, or that we literally don't have a geographical access to that because there's no road to the village we wanted to visit, for example. So we failed in a lot of topics after all. And we saw that the ideal picture you have at the start when you're starting a project, you never will fulfill normally, after all, because a lot of surprises are waiting on the way. And maybe the main thing is not to fail, but to stay flexible, after all. And that is what, in my experience, for the topics I had or the projects I had in Africa, for example, you have to be very flexible, because the German thinking is often not the thing that opens doors, for example. Thank you very much.
Yeah, we've also had a few, should I say, failures or challenges, especially with communication. Like communicating with each other was a big challenge that you actually had to own and say, oh yes, I didn't do this because I was thinking this way. Where it concerned community, it was having to try and explain that I work for the National Museum, so I work for state, so I cannot say us as the National Museum should, from our collection, return to communities of origin and communities not having an understanding as to why they can't if a German institution already returned. Is the purpose not to? Yes, the purpose of the museum is to safekeep while the community figures themselves out also. But yeah, so there have been a lot of shortcomings, as in museum not really having a stance and maybe also adequately explaining things to community. And then in projects not, I don't know, sometimes it's very difficult to say, you know what, we don't want you a part of this, or we feel this is something that should happen, because at the end of the day, it's both our projects, and it's maybe just you not being open enough to set your ideas. So yeah. But I think at the end of the day, you put that down as a challenge, and you just work better at your communication skills, and if you must take a punch, you take that punch. But I wouldn't entirely say that caused the project, like the project failed. No, I think it was really successful. I mean, but there have been challenges, and you are right, yeah.
Yes, thank you very much. And now to Hermann Parzinger.
Well, I have a question for Golda. Golda, what came to your mind when you listened to the SAMI project concerning approach, methodology, thinking?
Sorry, say that again. I just heard Golda.
What came to your mind when you listened to the report on the SAMI project of Northern Europe concerning approach, methodology, thinking?
The SAMI project.
Maybe I can
Yeah,
start,
the
and then
presentation
we can...
at the Museum of European Cultures.
The SAMI project, sorry, I was hearing sound. The bigger thing that that the lady was saying, where she was saying, they tell us about ourselves, where in fact we should be the ones to tell you. I saw that as how cultural belongings, they reactivate, they come alive when they are reconnected with the people that have an understanding of them, have an association of them. So I thought, this is not only happening in Namibia, but it's happening all around the world. And these stories that we tell have so many faces and so many stories to them. And it's actually, I don't know, it's actually like a really good feeling that communities are so much interested in preserving their history and their culture, especially because when I first walked into your depots, I was filled with so much shame because I could not believe that my ancestors could sew so well without a needle and a thread. Because what you learn is, oh yes, the missionaries did introduce this, but some of the works that I saw, the sewn blanket, the shoes that were crafted, it was done long before missionaries were introduced into Namibia. So it was like a real awakening and a chance for me to do a deep dive into my own cultural history. So I felt a real connection, and I always do with any indigenous community, because I definitely understand where they stem from.
Thank you. We're actually a bit short of time, so I'd like to take 2 questions at a time maybe then, and then wind up if possible.
Yeah, can I go? Okay, I have a question to Mr. Bernard Heap about the really difficult topic. So other than returning the ancestors, what is the knowledge that can be returned? Like, was there a study? Is there DNA? Is there something like that? And is there a narrative? What are you returning with it? So that's the first thing I wanted to know. The second is a little bit personal. Yes, you have this amount of ancestors. How, not waiting for budgets, not waiting for whenever you have the money to do it, how can I ask for my ancestors? Like, how can I ask for that? And that brings to me the idea of this gatekeeping and this this information that you have and safekeeping it? Because if ever a return happens to an institution that is a government institution, and me being anti my own country when it comes to that, I'm not going to get it as a community. So how do you have it open? How can you have open data, open Wikipedia? Like, how are you going to open it up not to governments, but to people? And with something as difficult as the one you have, and the idea of privacy and who really owns it and all that, how can you open it up? Because in the end of the day, I just want to tap into it and see my own ancestor. I don't want to care about all that complexity. So how can we do that?
Is there a second last question in the audience? Yes. And then we'll take the two together and you can answer.
Thank you so much for this panel. My name is Çiçek İlengiz. I'm working at the ERC-founded project Beyond Restitution. I was wondering whether the provenance research, especially in the case of legal-illegal, has been developed through the restitution demands, in relation to restitution demands, or there were other dynamics playing in the decision of the decision of the collections that you have been working on. And if the restitution demands were not really significant, so I wonder what is behind the choice of these three cases that you mentioned. Thank you.
Thank you. So please Bernhard Heep and then Martin Maischberger and Mr. Baron.
Okay, thank you very much. These questions are not easy to be answered, not all of them, so we don't have much time. I try to shorten that. So first of all, we gathered a lot of information, not only anthropological or archival. In some cases, we also made DNA, but always in cooperation with the partners and also with the communities as far as they are known. And some datings, C14 datings, to make clear how old human remains are, but only in a few cases. And how do you get the information for that? First of all, they will be published, also online and as a book, and we share this information all the time, every time with the institutions on the cooperation countries. Also, that's why we showed you the journey, we showed you the pictures from the communities. We try to go into the affected communities, to give them the information they need, to give them the contact and some kind of empowerment to tell us what they want to have. Of course, there are different levels of exchange of information. Some information are less important for one side or the other. And you're talking about gatekeeping. You know, there's also always a responsibility if you have a collection like that. Of course, you do gatekeeping in some way. But that doesn't mean that you control completely who is interested in it or who can work with it or who can have information about that. But it doesn't make it, you know, anyway, our museum is responsible for the keeping of that. So if you want to have information, there are several ways in Germany to get information. First of all, there's the Kontaktstelle.
Contact point for
the contact point
collections from colonial context.
Exactly, where it's not only about human remains, it's also about artifacts, where you can state your question and it will be handed further to the institution possibly affected by that. Of course, it's not a secret that, for example, our institution does research like we do, so you can contact our institution all the time and you can ask the questions, and if we're able to answer them, we can get a long conversation or even projects. But some things have to be clear. We don't know much about most of the parts of the collection. It's many years of work, and in some or in the most cases, we don't get back personal histories or something like that.
And answering the second question, no, there hadn't been any specific restitution questions for those sites which are covered by our project. None of them has been the topic of a restitution. But of course, we have restitution issues, not only classical antiquity, but also the ancient Eastern department, the Islamic department. These are well-known cases. For instance, for the Islamic department, it's the Konya niche. For the classical antiquity, it's the fisherman from Aphrodisias, where we do have differing viewing points as opposed to the Turkish position, but we are still continuing the debate. This is one fact. The other fact is, of course, we are in the context of a general discussion of post-colonialism and of legitimacy and so on. So far, none of those sites has been contested, but you might know that there are disputes about Nefertiti, that there are disputes sometimes about the Pergamon altar, and so on. So this is, of course, part of the discussion, but I would like to stress that we have started this research in the proactive way. We wanted to do our own research and not only being in the situation of answering questions from outside. So it was really our own impetus to do a contribution to this very actual debate. That would be my answer to it.
So thank you very much to the audience for challenging us here also on the panel, on the podium. And apologies to the conveners for going over time. And hereby we break again for lunch and we meet back at what time was it again in the program? I think we keep time. 2:30. So enjoy lunch and see you later. And thank you very much to all the panelists and the presenters.
even though the weather outside is so nice. My name is Shelley Kupferberg. I'm a freelance journalist, and I'll be joining you for a little bit today and tomorrow for some of the panels, which I'm looking forward. And hope you had a pleasant lunch and are now awake enough, actually, to continue. So now we're going to change perspective and look on institutions and how good structures for collaboration may look like. What is the basis for a successful partnership that constantly produces new good ideas and initiatives? We're going to listen to 4 presentations from very different areas that give us an insight into the question of how cultural institutions are repositioning themselves for the future. Let's start with an example between a long-term partnership between GLAM and SPK. And please welcome Richard Ovenden, who's here today, head of the Gardens, Libraries and Museums, GLAM, University of Oxford, and Hermann Parzinger, president of the SPK, to give us an idea of their common work. They will present an overview on connections between the collections and research areas of both institutions. If you have any remarks or questions, in the end of this session, there will be the opportunity for it. So just keep in mind what you're interested in, and I saw that your program draft is absolutely great and practically, because you can just write notes in there. So let's start with Richard Ovenden and Hermann Parzinger. The floor is yours.
So thank you very much indeed, Shelley, for that nice introduction. And it's a huge pleasure to be here with you all today, and particularly to be here to congratulate and celebrate Hermann's extraordinary period at the SPK, and to welcome Marion to this role, and to look forward with eager anticipation and excitement about her time with this, most amazing collection of institutions, organizations which have been brought together in this really incredibly interesting way. And when I became head of GLAM, I'm sorry I'm not wearing GLAM clothing today, I'm wearing very boring clothes. I looked around for institutions that had a kind of similar makeup, that had libraries, archives, museums, cultural and scientific collections in them. And they're actually relatively few. And so to have this connection with the SPK has been phenomenally helpful to me and to my colleagues in kind of conceiving how different object types, different cultures of collecting, curating and presenting to the public, of sharing knowledge, can work together. And I think what I'm hopefully about to do is to celebrate the coming together of GLAM and SPK, both as a conceptual framework, how do we work together, that's an MOU, but also in reality, how do we actually activate that partnership and collaboration. But you all know what SPK is, but you don't know so much about GLAM, and that's my job for the next few minutes, is just to describe Oxford's Gardens, Libraries and Museums. And these are 6 institutions within the University of Oxford. The university, of course, is the oldest university in the English-speaking world. It is being ranked among at least one of the university ranking organizations as number 1 in the world. That ranking organization is the one that Oxford favors the most. Perhaps not necessarily the best one, but anyway, it's the one that we think is good for us. But these 6 institutions are departments of the university, so the collections and the staff are owned, if you like, by the corporate body, the Chancellor, Masters and Scholars of the University of Oxford. And our role within the university is both to look after the collections that we have been entrusted for, but also to activate them, to support the mission of the university in research, in education, and its dissemination by any means. And I think that role that we together fulfill is quite a difficult one when we're in a very big and distributed university where the university is running, serious large-scale research programs in everything from genomics to zoology to medical research in the teaching hospitals. So it's difficult for us to find our connections, but it's also an incredible opportunity. It's an incredibly rich scholarly research environment where we think that we can enhance and add value to the university's missions by activating the extraordinary collections that we have been entrusted with. And the 6 institutions in GLAM are very old institutions. They are enduring institutions. So we have the Botanic Garden and Arboretum, which was founded in 1621. It's the oldest botanic garden in the United Kingdom. The Bodleian Libraries actually began its life as the University Library in 1320. It went through a bit of a rebrand in 1602. The Ashmolean Museum was founded in 1683, is the oldest university museum in the United Kingdom. Slightly more modern than those are the Museum of Natural History, founded in 1860, the Pitt Rivers Museum in 1884, and the History of Science Museum, the young thruster of an organization from 1924, so just over a century old. And between them, they have an extraordinary range of collection types, both in scale and in breadth. So 34 million collection items. Of course, all these things depend on how you count them. But they range from fine art and archaeology in the Ashmolean Museum, especially the cultures of the Near and Middle East, as well as British art and archaeology. The Botanic Gardens, of course, are living collections, but their connections as an institution spread globally. The Museum of Natural History has huge collections of fossils and natural history specimens, particularly entomology, and also has some of the archetypal dinosaur bones, the first scholarly exploration of dinosaurs, the famous mastodon. The Pitt Rivers Museum, a huge collection of ethnology and anthropology, and the History of Science Museum, a much smaller collection, but with unique materials in it, particularly from the early history of science, from the medieval and Islamic worlds. But and I think also worth saying is beyond the collections, because we're nested within a very large university, we have a captive audience. So the students and researchers that come in to use the collections come in every day and use them at an industrial scale, not just sitting in our study rooms and being taught, but downloading materials from our online collections. And we're also a shop window to the university for the general public. And we're fortunate in being in a beautiful city, which attracts lots of tourists. We're relatively close to London. So that means that in particular, our museums are the most visited museums outside of central London. Just to give you a flavour of the kinds of activation of our collections and our institutions that happen, here's an infographic. But we both deliver and support education, research and public engagement. So we have teaching with objects. Students come into our museums and are taught with our object collections. We teach undergraduates and postgraduates. We train them in everything from Chinese ceramics to citation and reference management services, in copyright. We bring school groups in, of course, into our institutions, and we develop educational materials online for everyone to use through digitization. GLAM has its own research staff. We have our own research projects. We bid to research funders. We have a number of joint appointments with departments and faculties of the university. We submitted about 50 researchers to the UK's Research Excellence Framework the last time that came around. And we have a wide range of visiting fellows from all over the world. And of course, we have permanent and special exhibitions in the museums and libraries. We have extensive programming ranging from concerts to seminars, and particularly deep relationships with local and global communities, very similar to the ones which you heard about in the fantastic first session today. But we share many of the same challenges which SPK have, and any major cultural organization of our kind which stewards collections, and particularly collections which have been around for a long time. And so we have big collaborative storage initiatives at the moment in order to make more efficient and better use of storage spaces collaboratively between the museums and the libraries. We have big programs in heritage science. We have major multiple projects around restitution and repatriation of human remains and cultural objects, working with communities in Africa, South Asia, South America, North America. And we have major digitization programs of our existing physical collections, and increasingly an emphasis, and this is one of the kind of, I think, most urgent challenges of our time, collecting born digital material. So this is the future of collecting. This conference is called The Future of Collections, and I think collections that only exist in digital form need to become a more urgent and compelling part of our work as cultural institutions. And that, of course, then blends into both the challenges and the opportunities that AI provides us, which we heard Marion and Hermann talk about a little this morning, and I'm keen to expand that conversation in the future. To give you a sense of GLAM, we are funded 50-50 by the university, by a kind of core grant from the university, and the other 50% of our funding comes from a mix of philanthropy, research grants, government grants, and our commercial activities. So that kind of aspect of cultural organizations of being both in the public space but also being in a kind of commercial world is something which we increasingly have to grapple with as the challenges on public funding, particularly in the UK at the moment, are quite intense, and we have to think about the range of income streams that we have in order to sustain our work. And that sustainability question, which you raised this morning, Hermann, is a particularly important one. Time is pressing. Let's talk about the GLAM SPK collaboration. I think it's important to place that in the context of a collaboration which we call Oxbur, which was established in 2017 between Oxford University and the 4 Berlin universities. And that was, to some extent, a reaction by Oxford against Brexit, the B word. Oxford, as a city and university, voted 80% to remain in the European Union. So you could imagine the kind of shockwaves that rippled through the offices and common rooms of the university in 2016. And the Oxford-Berlin partnership was a way to make it very clear that Oxford considers itself to be a European institution, and its cultural, intellectual, academic, scientific and every other motivating spirit, has a very, very strong and compelling European component. The MOU between Oxford and the 4 Berlin universities was re-signed in 2024, and that paved the way for a number of thoughts that we had in GLAM about how we can establish a partnership that sits alongside the academic partnership, and that's where the idea of collaborating with between GLAM and SPK came about. We first established an MOU between the organizations just before the pandemic, and we had a number of visits around that time. You can see some of my colleagues here talking to colleagues in SPK institutions. But most importantly, last year, we renewed the Memorandum of Understanding. Drink was taken on that evening, and we had an excellent way to reaffirm our partnership. And I think the first of those was a collaboration between the Bodleian Libraries and the Staatsbibliothek. That's had a number of aspects to it, which my colleague Ant Brewerton, who's here with me today, has been leading. You already heard from John Wojtkiewicz about the one of those particular aspects of that collaboration, and there are a number of others which have come forward. And we have also established a seed fund in order to build on that early work and to really try and motivate the collaboration. And I'm going to hand over to Hermann, who's going to talk a little bit about them. And, ladies and gentlemen, he's going to exclusively reveal the winners. We should have done this like the Oscars and had people come up with and receive golden envelopes, but Hermann.
Thank you. Yeah, indeed. You heard about the Oxford-Berlin University partnership, and I thought myself some time ago, we cannot miss within this partnership. And we know that GLAM is something like SPK. You explained what we have in common, what are differences. When I always say, well, SPK is so unique, perhaps Smithsonian is comparable. There are other institutions, of course, and this is what brought us together, the GLAM really uniting museum collection, library, research institutes under one roof, and still under a bigger roof, the university. So you are not completely comparable, but it's an institution which has a lot in common, also from the challenges around these collections, which we also are facing. And so we thought maybe a first visit, you still have been director of the Bodleian Library. So some years ago, I think it was 2016, a first visit with the directors from the state museums and the Staatsbibliothek. Then we said, well, we saw what we could bring together. And we said, well, we had to do something. And as usual, you go home and there are so many things on your table that you forget about it. And to follow it up is always the most difficult. To exchange ideas is very easy, but to make it happen is the most difficult part of it. And then when we signed this memorandum, the second one, the pandemic was in between, we said, no, now something has to happen. And the first idea was really to make this seed fund program. So this means that we wanted to bring together colleagues from both institutions who know from the respectively other institution, there is something, collections, challenges, whatever, projects, which one could stick together, bring together to reach something more. And of course, the funding is not very high from both institutions. I mean, we are giving 1,000 euro, next year perhaps 20,000, 10,000, 20,000 euro. It's just a seed money, therefore the word seed fund, for organizing workshops, visiting, making possible visiting each other. But of course, with a sense, has these ideas, have the potential to create really large-scale projects and also application which then should be worked out for ERC grant, or there is a common research program between the Deutsche Forschungsgemeinschaft, German Research Foundation, and a similar British funding organization. So there are chances. But of course, you have to prepare that. And this is what we had a call for both institutions, but quite new. Many interests.
Cheer them.
And of course, I have to say that, yes, I think I still don't know. all the applicants received a seed fund grant because all of them have been excellent and all of them we can fund, so the money is enough. And anyway, it makes also no sense to start 30, 50 projects. I mean, now with the 7 which we start from different institutions, I think it's a good beginning, and really we have to follow it up, what will come out of that. Of course, Multaka, Berlin, Oxford, you know the Multaka project organized by Stefan Weber, making refugees from Syria and Iran to educating them as museum guides. This is a really, we say, Exportschlager. This is an export winner because there are now 7 or 8 Multakas all over Europe. There's one in Athens and so on. And one, of course, one of the earliest was in Oxford. And now to bring all these Multakas together, exchange experiences, insights, and so on, best practices. This is one of the projects. Another one, of course, sustainable environmental preservation, a problem which everybody is facing. Climate change, climate corridors in museum, impact on long-term impact on preservation of collections. This is something which we will follow up. Archaeological site of Dewe Huyck, an excavation before the First World War, a British excavation. And it's an interesting site. There are not many of them still today because it's important for the transition from the Iron Age, first millennium BC, to the Persian period, which is already historic. So this is quite crucial. And these things went to Oxford, the Schmolien Museum, but then things have been sold to the British Museum and, of course, to Berlin as well. So we want to bring these collections together, and on the one hand, a little bit like Martin Maischberg and his colleagues explained, recapitulating the history, the ways of the collection, but also facing the historical problems from late Iron Age to Persian period. So we will see. Peregrinations of plenipotentiaries, for me, it's a fantastic project. Really, the relations between Ottoman Empire in the West and Central Asia in the East, by manuscripts, by text sources from ambassadors, peregrinators, merchants, artisans. I think this has an enormous potential. I could imagine that this has the potential to go further on. And of course, then Flemish drawings. Dagmar Korbacher is here. The Kupferstich cabinet is involved. Flemish drawings between the 16th and 18th century, then transformation of ethnological museums, of course. We talked about that today. We still will talk about this topic. The Pitt Rivers Museum, which is your Humboldt Forum or Ethnological Museum, or as you want, is of course facing similar problems. And the director of it has really outstanding ideas also, so I'm very happy that they are coming together with the Ibero-American Institute, really to face all these questions about communities' engagement, sensitive materials, and so on. And exploring collections as data. There's another project of the Staatsbibliothek together with Oxford, the Bodleian Library, really to think about how making cultural heritage data sets better accessible to people interested or working with cultural heritage. So I think it's a broad variety of different projects. There are several institutions of SBK included, and I think this shows the potential which this kind of cooperation has. And it is important now that we really, Marion, that it becomes happen. And that they have the workshops, and really, if 1 or 2 bigger applications come out, I think, Richard, then we achieved a lot. So this is the idea, what we wanted to present you. And of course, we think that this should be run for more years, not just for a few years, for a project or 2, but really a sustainable cooperation. And as you say, as you are ranked #1 in the world, of course, we also are trusting more in this ranking. Of course, we always want to cooperate for a long time if it's the #1 in the world. So thank you for cooperating in this wonderful way. Thank you.
Parzinger, Richard of Enden, thank you very much. Keep in mind, if you have any questions later on, there will be an opportunity. So let's go on with another cooperation. We just could see or have a glimpse what's going on this in this world. So we are taking one of those projects we just saw. We want to get an idea by regarding perspectives from Latin America in terms of issues like tangible and intangible cultural heritage and open science. How can we create new access? How can we link collections? Let's talk about recirculation, reappropriation, digital restitution, the plurality of knowledge, cultural reinterpretations of collections and objects, about migration and Latin American cultural heritage. Please welcome Stefanie Schütze, Professor of the Institute for Latin American Studies at the Freie Universität Berlin, and Barbara Goebel, Director of the Ibero-American Institute of the SPK.
So thank you very much. Good afternoon. As you already noted, I'm standing here on my own, different to what has been announced in the program. Unfortunately, my colleague from Freie Universität Berlin, Stefanie Schütze, had to cancel her participation on short advice. She sends warm regards, regrets profoundly not to be able to be here, and we developed the presentation jointly, so I will also convey her ideas. But before I start, first of all, I would like to thank Hermann Parzinger. Also, I think on behalf of all my colleagues of the Ibero-Amerikanisches Institut, some of them are here in the room, for all his support for the Institute, his interest in its further development, but also his curiosity to learn more about what we are doing. Muchas gracias. And we are, of course, looking forward to working together with Marion Ackermann. She already stayed one quite intensive day, I think, in the Institute with the traveling desk, Wandernde Schreibtisch, and had therefore already the opportunity to gain an impression of the diverse contributions made by the IAI, and I will use that acronym for time reasons, and apologies for all those who are attending from outside of the SPK. We will dive through the logo soup of the SPK. So you could already get an impression of the diverse contributions made by the IAI to scientific and cultural exchange between Germany and Latin America, the Caribbean, Spain, and Portugal. Bienvenida, Marion Ackermann. I also would like to take the opportunity to thank those who are behind the scene, in particular Dorothee Wagner and Constance Wicke, for organizing so smoothly this great and inspiring event. In our presentations, we want to convey some of the results of the researches we have been connecting and developing jointly, Stefanie Schütze and a lot of other colleagues, in the frame of the joint project MESILA. So what is MESILA? Another logo soup. MESILA, the Maria Sibylla Merian Center Conviviality Inequality in Latin America, is one of the 5 international centers for advanced studies in the humanities and social sciences financed by the German Ministry for Research, Technology and Space, former BMBF, now BMFRT. The center is composed of 3 German institutions and 4 Latin American institutions who work closely together. We have been speaking about how to build new institutional landscapes in order to connect and translate. And what you can see here directly is that from the German side, we have the Ibero-American Institute of the Stiftung Preußischer Kulturbesitz, and then universities, the Freie Universität Berlin and the Universität zu Köln, but they're Latin American institutes. So we are combining, as you can see, not only universities and non-university institutions, but also so-called area studies structures. And I think in Oxford we have them too. And disciplinary institutional structures, because from the Latin American side we have in Sao Paulo the Universidade de Sao Paulo, CEBRAP, which is a non-university research institute, El Colegio de Mexico, which is a center for advanced studies in social sciences, the most prominent one in Latin America, and the EDIX, which is a combination between a university and the CONICET, which is a mimicry of CNRS. MESILA's headquarters is based in Sao Paulo, Brazil, but its activities are taking place in all 7 member institutions, that means in Mexico, Argentina, and in Germany. And that already shows you that this is not only a learning space for knowledge, but also for bureaucracy. Because you can imagine money from a German ministry, that most of that money is spent outside of the European Union. That means that we have jointly to do our best in order to implement the funding, and therefore I would like to emphasize that internationalization is not only a process, but it's also a learning space where failure, as Alexander of Humboldt already said, is a fast-track learning space. So the issue of bureaucracy has not been mentioned yet as enabling structures, but that is something very much also related to these huge projects. MESILA is one of the 5 Marion centers established by the former BMBF in the so-called Global South. That means in Latin America, Africa and Asia. In Latin America, we have 2, one in Guadalajara, Mexico, Callas, and as you already know, MESILA. The centers are named after innovative naturalist and artist Maria Sibylla Merian, who worked in the 7th century as a female and divorced researcher in Suriname, as some of you might know. The funding line is part of the internationalization strategy for the social sciences and humanities of the former BMBF, and it aims at articulating diverse knowledge production and enhanced knowledge circulation from Latin America and the Caribbean, but also Africa and Asia with academia in Germany and Europe. So you could say it is a decentering and articulating investment. And I think this is something already the previous speakers have stated, that connection of institutions, and also this morning we heard a lot about that, is key. Because of its multi-institutional, international, interdisciplinary and intercultural setting, sorry, I'm going too fast. Okay. Because of this setting, MESILA is not only a center which articulates excellent cutting-edge research, produces new insights and creates new networks. As I already said, it constitutes an innovative learning space with multiple effects, and we as an Ibero-American Institute benefit a lot in many ways from the exchanging with MESILA and the experiences gained in this laboratory of international collaboration. We addressed in the morning the challenge of how to deal with projects that have a start and have an end. I think the art is that projects change your institution. That means you have to connect the dynamic of the third-party funded project with the machine room of your institution, and that is something we already also learned in MESILA. The academic discussions in MESILA, especially the close collaboration with my colleague Stefanie Schütze from Freie Universität Berlin, have also inspired the development of new third-party funded projects. And I would like to mention only one, because there are also some of the key players here in the room. The application, the development and application to the DFG, the Deutsche Forschungsgemeinschaft, of a research training group between the Freie Universität Berlin and the SPK, called Engaging Collections, and I would like to thank also Alexis von Posa, Lars Christian Koch, but particularly also Hans-Jörg Dilger from the Institute for Social and Cultural Anthropology at Freie Universität for pushing this project forward. MESILA addresses one of the key challenges in a globalized world: living together, coexistent in diverse and unequal society. This challenge is as important and relevant for Latin America as for Europe. However, It is a topic where, for example, we here in Germany can learn a lot from Latin American societies and their history. Why? Latin America is historically one of the most unequal regions in the world. At the same time, Latin America's society are culturally very diverse, with important numbers of indigenous and Afro-American population, a long tradition of immigration from many parts of the world, not only Europe, but also Africa and Asia and the Arab world. Conflicts over recognition, representations and belonging, disputes over rights, empowerment and cultural heritage are deeply rooted social and political experiences in many parts of Latin America. To understand and explain the paradox between conviviality and inequality, the knowledge dimension is of key relevance. And here again, we have in Latin America huge experience in how to socially deal with the plurality of knowledge. Within MESILA, the IAI, the EIE, is in charge, among other things, to connect the libraries of the institutional consortium and develop jointly strategies to enhance accessibility to collections distributed between Germany, Brazil, Argentina, and Mexico. This coordinating role in MESILA is no coincidence, as the IAI, as some of you know, has one of the world's largest libraries on Latin America and the Caribbean. However, it is not the library itself, it is the equal integration of different areas of work under one roof, collections, research, and events, but gives the Institute its unique profile and makes it a bridging institution, a relay for scientific and cultural cooperation between Europe and Latin America and the Caribbean. And it is this connector, translator profile that makes it also a valued partner for university. And I think this is also something that has been highlighted by the GLAM structure in Oxford, but that is also of relevance for SBK in general, but also the Smithsonian Institution. In addition to linking the knowledge infrastructures, the IAI coordinates in MESILA the research area and modalities of conviviality, thus combining a scientific reflexive perspective with practical implementation. And this research area, medialities of conviviality, analyzes through the lens of inequality and differences, processes of co-production, circulation, and appropriation of knowledge, imaginaries and representation. And hereby it takes also into account how digital transformation is shaping knowledge practices in new and unprecedented ways, reducing old inequalities, but also producing new ones. In the following, and the time I still have, I would like to briefly touch on two related research avenues. Stefanie Schütze and I, together with a couple of Latin American colleagues, such as Máximo Farro, Claudia Briones, Miguel Garcia from Argentina, Margarita Valdovinos from Mexico, Gisela Canepa-Koch from Peru, and Astrid Ulloa from Colombia, and some of them are known to you, developed. Both topics are, in our opinion, of relevance for the future of collections that are at the core of the symposiums. On the one hand, we developed a comparative and exchange on a comparison between different processes of recirculation, reappropriation, and reinterpretation of objects and media by indigenous communities. And sorry for the delay in showing this, this last slide. And I will, as you know, since colonial time, Europe has obtained manifold evidence of the diversity of Amerindian cultures and languages. But as they came integrated into collections and repositories, these items were transformed into cultural heritage and became regulated by subnational, national, and transnational classificatory conventions and legal frameworks. Indigenous communities and Afro-American communities were generally excluded from these processes, and their cultural practices and knowledges were invisibilized. Nowadays, they claim for rights to these objects and collection, urging that they should be made more accessible and be reappropriated. And I start with some of the lessons learned, and by saying that, I would say that we departed from a praxis-oriented dynamic conceptualization of cultural heritage that wants to overcome traditional essentialist and static notions framed by the nation state. And we also looked at infrastructures of knowledge as relationally, as transient embodiments of an ongoing interweaving not only of socio-technical, political and economic forces, but also of legal frames, ethical choices and moral orders. And for us it was important to take the outcomes or the impacts of digital transformation into account, because on the one hand, digital transformation deepens social exclusions, and we can see that particularly in Latin America. And at the same time, it allows new openings, new avenues for broader circulation of cultural expressions and facilitates accessibility to collections. It allows more symmetric linkages between objects and media, overcoming established hierarchical divisions between text, images, sounds, and other types of objects. But it also enhances the permeability of the organizational, disciplinary, and spatial enclosures of objects and medias in museums, libraries, archives, overcoming historically grown divisions. And these are some of the lessons learned. You had time to read them a little bit, so I will not enter into detail for time reasons, but as we already saw this morning, these processes are long-term processes, open-end collaborative processes that trigger new partnerships. I would like to emphasize the key importance of brokers, being those researchers from the regions of origin of the collections or indigenous curators. And the importance of improving accessibility is stated and emphasized by all indigenous and Afro-American groups that visited the Institute. Another lessons learned is that we need to work together. And this is why the next pictures also give you some insights, also are part of collaboration with the Ethnological Museum. Most of the discussions on cultural heritage and processes of recirculation and restitution are emphasizing the museums, but we want to go beyond and transcend this focus and see more the necessity to open up the related, the connected collections. And here you can see some pictures. This was part of a long pathway, the Kogi delegation. I'm looking at Hermann Parzinger because we had the restitutions last year. Then, of course, you have increasingly, from the Latin American perspective, indigenous academics who want to build and develop their own museum, archives, but also library. I'm looking at Tiago Oliveira da Costa, who was part of that visit. And it was very interesting for us to learn from those encounters. Then, of course, a delegation of native speakers from Oaxaca. Lars Christian Koch just came back together with Ute Schüren from Oaxaca, where you restituted also a copy, it was a digital restitution also, of lienzo and some of the collections we have in the Institute. So you can see that you cannot disconnect museums from libraries and archives. That was something we already noted in the presentation this morning. But the importance of broker, here you see Elvira Aica Espejo, who was a fellow in Dresden, invited by Marion Ackermann, and she's an indigenous Aymara head of a museum in Bolivia, a curator, an indigenous curator, and that this brings her in a brokerage role that is very important. You also see how we tried jointly with the Ethnological Museum to recirculate cultural heritage. And again, here, researchers working in the regions with a lot of networks with the communities are of key relevance. And you see the importance of the collections we have here in Berlin for processes of indigenous recognition, also for rights, and increasingly digital archives developing, for example, in Fuego Patagonia and in Pampa, where you can also see and sense the disconnections, losses, and invisibilities. And I think I will stop here because for time reasons, that happens when you have to put together 2 presentations by your colleague. The other avenue is to analyze food practices of Latin American migrants in Berlin and look at the emergence of new fluid open knowledge infrastructures. Why we are doing this? We are looking at these diasporic communities and food practice in order to understand better what infrastructures of knowledge are, because we are always departing from those stable, centralized infrastructure of knowledge, but we have a lot of cultural practices that are producing new knowledge and new objects of knowledge, and we would like to compare those incipient infrastructures with the central established one, but by doing so, also include botanical gardens, libraries, museums, because if you look at food practices, you see cultural phenomena as food practices of migrants put at stake, these are some of the collections we have here, put at stake our concepts of cultural heritage, because these concepts are framed by the nation state, and they are aiming at freezing cultural meanings, while food practices and migration are dynamic, are open-ended, and cannot be captured in a very clear-cut concept. But food practices of migrants are also challenging established knowledge infrastructures, such as the library of the IAI, as they point to the limits to capture and manage trans-regional entanglements, cultural mestiçage processes, but also values, senses, and emotions. In that sense, it is for us important not only to look at Latin America from Germany and Europe, but also to give an agency to Latin American diasporic groups here in Berlin. Thank you very much, and apologies for the confusion with the slides. What should I do now?
I have no idea, but maybe you can just... Yeah,
okay.
that
It's
sounds
easier
good.
than I thought.
Looks good. Barbara Goebel, thank you so much. So, what's in a collection? Future Perspectives, Present Realities. This is the title of the next impulse. It's about sustainability and conservation, inclusion, and globality and new research in art history. I'm very happy to welcome Sam Bardawi here, Director of Hamburger Bahnhof, Nationalgalerie der Gegenwart, SMB SPK. He will give us some insights, especially by talking about collaboration with museums in Saudi Arabia. Welcome.
So, thank you very much for having me this afternoon. Thank you for including Hamburger Bahnhof in this very, very important topic, future of collections. I think we're all very proud of our collections. Sometimes we don't know the extent of what we have in our collections, but we're still very, very proud of them as we try to understand them and see what it means for their futures, and what does that mean also for the future of our institutions vis-à-vis the future of our collections. Just as a little connection to what Barbara was talking about, we're very, very proud that in our program this year we have a strong connection to Latin America. Delcy Morelos, a very important land artist from Colombia, will be presenting a very large-scale installation in dialogue with Joseph Beuys in July. So the idea of a new type of relationship brokered, in this case, between two artists. And next year we have also an artist from Brazil, Adriana Varejao, who is based in Rio, who will also be one of the artists in our program. So that's why I'm going to Rio in January. Diego, you're somewhere sitting over there. My talk will not focus on one particular collaboration. I might mention a few in passing, but I thought that I would like to talk from the perspective of a museum of contemporary art. We are dealing with living artists most of the time, and that's a very, very different ball game altogether from dealing with objects that represent certain legacies or certain biographies or histories from 100 years ago or 7,000 years ago. The amount of care that goes into respecting the specificity of the lives behind the objects and the narratives and the histories behind the objects are the same. I would think they should be the same, whether we're dealing with an object that comes from Peru in 5000 BC or Turkey in 4000 BC, or a contemporary artist living in Paris who comes from Algerian background. I think these are all similar, in a way, situations, even though times and the manifestation of the art is completely different. So the first thing I would like to do before we talk about the future is talk a little bit about the present. Some of you might not have been to Hamburg Bahnhof ever. Some of you might have been there a few years ago or just last weekend. So I thought, just as a quick introduction, it would be good to briefly outline what kind of collection displays do we have at the moment. And at the moment, when you go to Hamburg Bahnhof, you will see 4 collection displays. They are long-term displays. They change a little bit, due to conservation purposes, of course. Every few months, we have to change a few things. But in general, these are long-term displays. National Gallery, a collection for the 21st century. Museum in Motion, a collection for the 21st century. Joseph Beuys, works from the National Gallery collection. And National Gallery, The Endless Exhibition. And I'll just walk you very, very briefly through each one of these. This is the main collection display in the west wing of Hamburg Bahnhof. And it takes its impulse from the immediate context of the museum and its history, which is Berlin. As you can see, this is a still from a film by an artist called Holly Zausner, who created this film in 2006, when she was here in Berlin. She walks around with this kind of sculpture, malleable sculpture, dragging it across different sides of the city, and in so evokes the histories that underline so much of what we experience every day in the city of division and unification, migration, and extreme politics. Basically, this first presentation of the collection shows some of the major works, like here we're seeing Thomas Ruf, Isa Genskin, Anselm Kiefer, and in a kind of architectural design that evokes the ideas of cycles of construction and destruction and reconstruction, the concrete perhaps as a nod to the Berlin Wall, the metal, the corrugated metal structures, and it kind of tries to tell the story of Berlin from the time of the opening of the wall until the present. Who are the artists that have lived here, continue to live here? How have they shaped the cultural landscape of the city? But how has the city, shittily perhaps, shaped their ideas sometimes, or not? And here you see another example, a very important work by Katharina Sieverding, Deutschland wird Deutscher. Some of the questions are still very relevant today, fortunately or unfortunately. Here you see, for instance, one of our new acquisitions, a very important head painting by Marwan, a Syrian artist who moved to Berlin in the 50s, was teaching at the Academy for years alongside Baselitz and many others that are more known to us. Why is he not as known is an important question that we try to answer in this display. And works by Akinbodi Akiniyi, who is a very important photographer who has also made Berlin his home for several years. And just one more example from this collection display. Here we're looking at a work by Absalon, an Israeli artist who died in the early 90s in Paris because of AIDS, dealing with the question of a living unit, home, belonging. And you can see a snippet of a Sigmar Polka painting, the East is on the rise. So a lot of questions that are relevant to the city. How do you live in this city? How do you breathe in this city? How does the city shape you, and how are you contributing to what Berlin is like? And for us, the pulse comes, or the main impulse starts around 1989. For us, the shift in global politics after the fall of the wall, after the fall of the Iron Curtain, the influx of artists into Berlin from all over the world, making it its home, has been also reflected in the collection and how the collection has grown. You will see that many more international names start entering the collection as we go into the 2000s and even more recently, because that's the case of the city. That's the case of Germany and many other parts of the world. So in a way, the collection starts around that time and follows the story of the city through a selection, of course, it's always a selection of artists that have been instrumental in making Berlin the city of art that it is. The second collection display is actually in the Riekhallen, the very large industrial halls that used to be used for cargo and for repairs, and that we're very, very lucky to have managed to save with a collective effort from Hermann, from so many people, from the politicians, from us coming at the last minute to give maybe a little push towards the end. And this allows us to see so many large-scale installations in the collection that otherwise are not possible in the smaller parts of the building. And this is a very good example that illustrates the idea of this thematic collection display. How are museums changing? So if the city has changed and the first collection display deals with Berlin, this is a more open question to look at how are museums changing and responding to the shifts in culture, climate, politics, etc., in an ever-evolving world. And the first work that you see here is by Elmgren and Draxat, and it's a museum of contemporary art. I hope I'm not done, I'm not. That is actually perhaps sinking or rising, we don't know. So what's happening to museums today? How are they changing? And how can we maintain our relevance? Works that deal with the concept of nature, David Zinke, the concept of immigration, Manaf Halbouni, a work from Dresden. All the roads keep on going back to Dresden while Dresden is coming to us. A very important work by Cevdet Erek, a Turkish artist, and this is inspired by the famous altar in the Pergamon. It's called the Pergama Stereo, mixing an architectural take on the altar with sounds from Berlin underground culture, and then works by Anne Imhoff, Maurizio Nanucci, and Yasmin Werner. All kind of questions that deal with the nature of art and how is it evolving, the nature of museums. These neons, for instance, will become obsolete or have become obsolete. So how do you conserve them? How do you replace them while maintaining the integrity of that original intention by the artist? Another work that we are currently in the process of acquiring for the collection, a very important 7-channel piece by Canadian artist based here in Berlin, Jeremy Shaw. Then we go into the third collection display. Joseph Beuys works from the National Gallery collection. Some of you might know that at the moment, Hamburg Bahnhof is still the custodian of most of the works that are post-war from the 1960s all the way to the 1980s that are slated to move to the Museum of the 20th Century, Berlin Modern, when that happens. So at the moment, we're trying to take very good care of them until that move eventually takes place. And this is a display of permanent donations that were given to the National Gallery collection from the Marx family, and we thought it would be important to show these remarkable works in dialogue with other works, of course. And here you see a famous Andy Warhol painting, portrait of Warhol, pieces from the end of the 20th century, the famous train tracks, embedded in other contexts, Das Kapitalraum. These are very, very important works, and the actions of Joseph Beuys displayed on monitors or in projections in a smaller area. Some of the details of Das Kapitalraum. A very, very important gift to the collection that we take very, very seriously, and we create a lot of programs around it. And this is the space where every year we are inviting an artist to create a new dialogue with boys. So the first artist was Namat Sabar, an artist from Israel who's living in New York. The second artist is Andrea Pischel, whose exhibition just closed. And the next artist will be Delcy Morelos, followed by Adriana Verachau next year. And the final collection display, but not in the least in any way less exciting, is what we are referring to as the Endless Exhibition. And this is a self-guided tour that you can do throughout the museum. There's a QR code that appears on the labels of these works as you walk around the building, so it has its own website, but it also has a printed leaflet. And as you go around, I suddenly feel I'm a salesman for Hamburger Bahnhof, but that's not the intention. As you walk around the building, you can actually learn about these works. And when we started, Till and I, working at the museum, we realized that there were about 17 site-specific works that were created for the building for different reasons. And they range from this beautiful Dan Flavin to a work by I can't say the German name, please forgive me, Baumgarter, a work by Richard Korzimarowski, and a work by by Olaf Nicolai. These are all around the building, and you can go and explore them on your own. Out of the 17 works that exist, how many works do you think were by women artists from the 17? And we're talking around 1996 until 3-4 years ago. Any number? 4, 3, 0, which is a huge, unacceptable inequality. So what we're doing now is every year we invite an artist to come and add a work to this endless exhibition, and it becomes part of the collection. So here you see some of the factors that also guide us in how we're thinking about growing the collection. And we always invite artists that are non-male identifying. It could be female, it could be gender fluid. As long as they don't subscribe to being a male, they're invited to create a new work for this endless exhibition. And this is another example, Bruce Nauman, one of the works that exist outside. So when we talk about future perspectives and present realities, there are a lot of considerations that come to mind. And some of the questions, basically my presentation is going to be more of a series of questions rather than answers. And it's not easy to stop and talk about one collaboration, because every one of these projects is a collaboration with so many different entities and so many different partners, literally all over the globe and in different time zones. But when we think about collecting from a perspective of a contemporary art museum, sometimes we are collecting performance works. You do not store a performance work. You do not think of a condition report when you acquire a performance piece. You acquire a manual. So what is that manual like, and what should it include? Sometimes we collect works that are very, very difficult to keep in the way that they are installed. They have to be wrapped. So how do you reinstall it 7 years later, and what do you deal with? How do you deal with it when the artist has passed away? So these are all questions that we are constantly thinking about as a museum of contemporary art. Sometimes we are collecting works that will never finish, works that deal with artificial intelligence, where the artist wants the work to be rewritten with an artificial intelligence every single time it is presented again. So when does the work finish? What are we actually acquiring? An ongoing project that will keep on finding different manifestations. And sometimes we acquire works that will never fit in our storage spaces because they are simply so huge that we have to recreate the work every single time, or at least a major component of the work. And that's where a technical write-up that you acquire with the artist, that you develop with the artist and you acquire to be able to reconstruct the work in a meaningful way every single time. And some of the questions that sometimes we list when we are finalizing the acquisition is something like 200 questions. Every single possibility that one could think of, and we never think of everything. The other question, of course, that's very important to us, and I'm just going to take 1 minute more, if you don't mind, is how do we collect in the present for a sustainable future? So, for instance, when we think of the past, the painting by Rembrandt, which was in our exhibition, in one of our exhibitions in dialogue with Leo Fan, is perhaps something more easy to understand. How do you sustain, how do you conserve, how do you keep the climate conditions? But for instance, when you acquire a work like this that's made of stretchable lycra material, how does this handle heat? I don't know how this material is going to work after 20 years. So how is it sustainable? Do you throw it? And if you throw it, what do you do with it? Do you give it to schools for workshops? When you think about the Dan Flavin that's in front of our building, how do you actually deal with this Dan Flavin? We have a major restoration project coming up next year with the estate, with the other museums that have Dan Flavins, to think of what it means to restore this work and to find a new technology that makes it sustainable. The final point that I want to talk about is, again, when we talk about present realities and future perspectives. Hamburg-Bahnhof has been a place of change throughout its history. In 1906, it opened as a museum of transportation, but it didn't take long before the museum was abandoned, and for around 45 years, it was a museum without visitors, stuck between East and West. It could anytime become empty again. There was a moment where we were scared that this museum could lose its buildings, and therefore, what do you do with the collection? What is a collection without a house, and what's a house that is empty if there's no collection? So the 4 very quick points that guide us as we think about the future of the collection is 1, Berlin. We are here in Berlin. We have to think about what does the museum collect to be able to relate to the story of Berlin. This is Andrea Pischel's recent exhibition there, and we're acquiring works from that show that deal with the East-West divide. We deal with Berlin stories also from the past to be able to understand what is art history of Berlin and how can we rewrite important chapters in art history? So this is an exhibition that we just closed down. Semiha Berksoy, a very important Turkish painter and opera singer who studied in Berlin in the 30s and was a very important voice who unfortunately had to leave at the outbreak of the Second World War. But what does it mean to look at this artist as a Berlin story and not only as an artist who comes from Turkey? Of course, we look at artists who help us understand what we have in our collection from a different perspective. So the Leo Fund retrospective that we did helped us re-evaluate our understanding of abstraction and postmodern minimalism, because he is an artist dealing with these tropes from a very, very different perspective. And last but not least, this is a very important way to end this presentation. It's a work by Carrie Mae Weems that we acquired recently for the collection. Carrie Mae Weems is a very important African-American photographer who lived in Berlin several times in her career. And that's a series of photographs that she did in Germany. There's one outside the Physics Museum in Dresden, again, Dresden. But this is a photograph that she did outside the museum insel, standing on the bridge, looking towards the museums. She's an African-American woman artist, and her voice is still outside the museum. She's looking towards the museum, and the question is, whose voices enter into the museum? Who are speaking from within the authority of the institution, and who are always still relegated to the margins of this conversation? And I think any partnership that we do is centered on this question. Whose stories do we want to tell ultimately, and whose stories matter enough so that they are collected and preserved, not as relics, not as dead objects, but as pointers towards a very, very important future that can only be successful if it's based on inclusion, diversity, and equal representation for everyone. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Sam. So now let's have a look in a final panel on the collaborative future question. The next topic is about this issue. We will get to know a project between the Ethnologisches Museum of the Staatliche Museen zu Berlin and the Museum for Asian Art. And Lars Christian Koch, the director of the Ethnological Museum, will first present to us the idea behind collaborative museum. After this, we hopefully will listen to Tina Makudi and Michael Nicol Jagulanas, who Well, here online, hopefully, I'm not sure if they are already here. They are great, so welcome in the virtual world. Okay, so let's hand over to Lars Christian Koch.
Dear Marion Ackermann, dear Hermann, dear organizers, and dear staff of the Ethnological Museum and the Museum of Asian Art, thanks for the opportunity to talk about the Collaborative Museum. And I hope you can get exactly the presentation. So the Collaborative Museum is not a project, it's more kind of format. It's a transformative action with the goal to intensify decolonial, multi-perspective collaboration approaches on collection-based museum work together with international and national partners. CoMuse, as we call it, has initiated a fellowship program with currently more than 30 fellows in the past years. A podcast series and more than 40 projects with different foci and methodologies from conservation, restoration, education, provenance research, with collaboration at its core principle. The international project, Talking Mats, focuses on transdisciplinary cooperation on oral history, collaborative provenance research and museology with the project partners from National Museum of Kenya and the Lamu Island. Here they are discussing the collection of historical mats. These are one-to-one reproductions from the Ethnological Museum, and they are doing this at Lamu, on the Lamu Island, and the exhibition is going to be open in August this year. The other picture you see here is the lienzo sela from Coychaluaca, and Barbara Goebel just mentioned that I just came back on Sunday from Mexico. And this project brings together first conservators from Mexico, but also representatives from the communities which are presented on this lienzo, which is actually a legal document from the 16th century, where you can see the border lines on a certain landscape. And exactly to this landscape we traveled. The education project, Intertwined Memories, examines traces of colonial and nationalist socialist crimes in the exhibitions and the architecture of the Humboldt Forum, with international partners creating educational tools and tours at the Ethnological Museum. CoMuse fellows might also be involved in interventions at the museum or long-term collaborations. You can visit, for an example, Jolene Cardoso Peña's intervention at the Ethnological Museum, creating at the same time creative educational games for kids in St. Augustine in Colombia. Deepak Tolange was not only a fellow, but also a main collaborator in the project Shivalingam, also with an upcoming exhibition in 2026. This shows the research, the collaborative provenance research on an object from the collection of the Museum of Asian Art. And the provenance is questionable, and this is what he was finding out, and he did a lot of research on this, a lot of interviews, and is just producing a film which is almost ready and will be shown there in this exhibition. But Deepak was also a member of the Global Cultural Assembly. And this is something I would just like to ask now to Tina. Tina, please could you tell us about the Global Cultural Assembly, how it established and what does it mean? So she's... Tina, we can't hear you.
Hello, can you hear me
Yes.
now?
Yeah, Perfect.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay.
For giving me the floor. Ladies and gentlemen, I send a warm greeting to all of you from Cameroon, which is celebrating today its 53rd National Day. And thank you again for giving the preparatory group the opportunity to talk about the Global Cultural Assembly as such a solemn moment at this conference, which marked both the departure of Mr. Parzinger and the welcome of Mrs. Ackermann. The Global Cultural Assembly is a big event who start in 2022 and who we will head again in June 2055. But
Tina, we can't just hear you. I think it's an unstable connection. Michael, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
First, good morning. It's very early in British Columbia, I guess. And thanks.
Yes, well, I've been so excited. I've been up the whole night waiting for this conversation.
See, this is one of the challenges of these collaborations we have, especially for Michael in this case. So, Michael, could you just tell us about the importance of the GCA for future museum work and collaborations agency? And I hope later on Tina can just join in if her microphone is working again. Michael.
Okay, thank you. So the symposium, The Future of Collection, occurs at a rather transitional moment. Not only as a warm welcome to Miss Ackermann, but to a welcome to her leadership, but also a bit of a salute to Hermann Parzinger and his accomplishments, which are much appreciated. But the greater transitional moment that we're all experiencing is one of cultural, political, social, economic challenges, all happening in the petri dish of climate change. And this is the greatest transitional moment. When I looked at the documents for the symposium, I noticed in the opening agenda the great question, which was, what alliances will ensure the future of the collections? And by inference, what alliances ensure the best future of the institutions that hold the collections? And this is a question that's been asked around the world. How are we going to be relevant? How are we going to survive? And indeed, how are we even going to thrive during the time of these significant challenges, the Great Transition? I'd like to draw on a 13th century proverb from Wales. It's called the Mice in Council. And the Great Transition facing the mice, of course, was the hungry cat. And the solution from the Mice in Council was to say, let's put a bell around the cat's neck. But what the Mice in Council did not answer was the how or the who. Today in Council, as we have for the last number of years, and specifically today, we want to keep the collection safe. I think we have an answer to the who. It consists of the collectors and the collected. The collected, the preparatory group, the Global Cultural Assembly, are people who are culturally intimate to the makers of the physical and intellectual entities that form the collections. Since 2022, the WHO has included the Berlin team representing SPK in the Humboldt Forum and the Ethnological Museum, and the preparatory group. We are 7 individuals from internationally diverse communities linked to the collections. This is the who. We feel that we also have an answer to the how. And it's a conversation about the collections between the collected and the collectors. Today, this panel is about relationships, and historically relationships between the collected and the collectors has been highly problematic, aggressive, and for the most part, a source of moral embarrassment. Currently, relationships around the world between the collected and the collectors is limited in scope. It's secondary in priorities and subject to changing circumstances. An exhibit here, an exhibit there, a curatorial contract here, one there, an external advisory board here, there, an appointment, a project, all very limited relations, very temporary relations, resulting only in limited and temporary results. The scale of this great transition requires much more than a temporary solution. And one of the strategies we've examined since 2022 is how to move beyond the occasional relationship to a more persistent presence in the appropriate decision-making structures of the museum. We imagine a sustainable relationship, and the word that we use for that is a global cultural embassy. In June, in a few weeks, we are going to convene the Global Cultural Assembly, and we're going to ask what type of relationships give collectors, the collections, and the collected the best confidence that we can not only survive, but how can we thrive in a time of great transition? And so all this is only possible because of the support that we have not only from our own international communities, but also the engagement at the highest level of German leadership in terms of museums, directors, and staff. And so we don't know that this is the final, the ultimate answer to the big questions, but it certainly is one that does not appear to be being explored elsewhere in the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. So, Tina, I hope your microphone is working again.
Yes, I think. If you allow me to add something, that's really good. I just wanted to add after Michael that at June Assembly process will be then the establishment of Global Cultural Embassy to the selection of a group of people we call the reference group. Then people will be responsible for continuing to develop the new relationship begun by the 9 members of a preparatory group with Humboldt Forum team. And this is a new relationship that many are hoping for, the most progressive relationship possible. I think other museums and even other nations will want to draw inspiration for it. All museums need a project like this to give a voice, but a voice of decision to the communities that are at the heart of colonial history and heritage. We are convinced that we are on the right track. It will be a significant achievement, but it will also mark the beginning of a new challenge that of establishing a genuine collaboration that will require a fundamental change in the decision-making processes within this institution. And we all believe in preparatory group that such achievements are only possible if we persevere in this new way of working together.
So thank you both for your statements. And I think we stop here. We are just, in any case, a little short in time. Thanks again for this deeper insight from your perspective. From my side, it was just only a brief outline on the Collaborative Museum, but these two things combined, the Collaborative Museum and the Global Cultural Assembly, I think this is what we're looking forward to in the future. So thanks for joining us, and we are also looking forward for June, July for the next meeting we have here. And then we could just go the next steps. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you very much. So let me invite the panel. Sembardawi, he had to leave, unfortunately. He's very sorry for it, but Richard Evenden is here, Hermann Parzinger, Barbara Göbel, and Lars Christian Koch please have your seat here. It's time for your questions, actually, from the audience. After we will just talk about 1 or 2 points. And I would start with a question regarding the whole spectrum of collaboration and cooperation. What do you think? And it's open to anyone who wants to answer, actually. Where are we standing right now? Who is joining and who is missing?
That's quite a big question.
It is.
I mean, I think we're obviously in very kind of turbulent geopolitical times, and I think that one of the challenges in collaboration that we face in institutions of cultural heritage, but also in educational institutions, is conveying our value to the broader public. And I think some of the things that we were hearing about today in this panel are trying to kind of address that in a number of different ways, and I think we're all trying to do that in different ways. But I think where we have democracy being challenged in really quite fundamental ways, we have the role of new technology and what my colleague in Oxford, Timothy Garton-Ash, calls the private superpowers, these big, hugely powerful private organizations which have the ability to reach enormous populations and influence the way they think, the way they vote, that we face a challenge in our sector in order to be able to communicate and bring broad sections of our population into a real engagement with our work and our long-term mission. So I think that, you know, there are parts of that community that we engage with very well, but there are big parts of the broader public that we do not reach, and that we must try to do more and better and deeper, in my view.
Any other points you want to mention?
If I might. Thank you for the question. It is a challenging one, because it's not only the question, who are we missing, but also who will we miss? Because we are at times of tectonical shifts. Internationalization is at crisis. So I think on the one hand, we have to stabilize those strong ties of trust. Many of us have been addressing and mentioning in different ways. But at the same time, we have to be smart in order to capture those who are now stepping aside. And I think generational transition is very important. We see, at least in the German-speaking countries, that students for humanities, regional studies are less, and that will have consequences in the future. And I think also that we have convinced decision makers that we need a broad, on the other side, to say it somehow, that we need a broad internationalization. And internationalization does not happen on its own. It requires investments. And these are long-term investments. But I think in these times of crisis of multilateral organization, culture and science are still some of the few remaining areas where you can dialogue and exchange despite difference and inequality. So we also have to keep those spaces open, and that requires institutions. So in that sense, I think there are a lot of challenges, but I also see, and that makes me quite confident, if you look at the journey of this symposium so far, and we still are waiting for another panel today, and we have a whole day tomorrow. There are really there are huge, strong ties of trust, and that is a capital that we also can base on.
I think this is also working, yes. I would just make a very short statement on collaboration. Collaboration first means you have your partners, but you're also excluding. You have to make a decision. You can't work with everybody. So all you do in collaborative work also means excluding people, excluding some partners. And I think this is a very big responsibility to understand that whatever you do has a political impact where you work. And this is sometimes very difficult to manage.
Another aspect?
Maybe one can add that, I mean, the examples which we heard about, starting with us, which was a more academic, Western kind of cooperation, which but was missing as well in this intensity. But happily we will reach more than before. And ending up with a global cultural assembly, I mean, it shows clearly that this what we are planning to do is a very important step, but it cannot be enough. Of course, in some of the projects, like with the Pitt Rivers and the Ethnological Museum, there is this question of community engagement also included. But on the other hand, we see that the Global Cultural Assembly is such a good example because it's not just, well, we are hoping, not just a few years we can do something together. They come twice a year, they're discussing and perhaps some decisions are taken and included in the exhibition changes, but really to build something new. I mean, Michael was talking about a global cultural embassy. This was the beginning. So there's a room in the Humboldt Forum which is occupied by them, is used by them. So in a way, so we have to, this is forcing us to respect what they are thinking and saying, to include it in our thinking in a completely different way, to take it much more serious. Because I saw it in many museums in the world, in Vanuatu or in Canada. I mean, if you have the communities just around, they include them into the museum work, and they are part of this work. But of course, if you're thousands of kilometers away like we are, this is not possible to do. So we have to find other ways of including them, and I think this is a very good example, and I only can hope that this really will happen in the future for many years and get a sustainable shape. It's again and again making things more sustainable, not just on a project basis.
Thank you so far. As you deserve a little break, and we are a bit short of time because we are delayed, let's open up. Are there some remarks or questions? Anything you want to add, to say? Please.
Yes, thank you. Katrin Grotz from the Institute for Museum Research, and this is a question to Richard Overden and Hermann Parzinger, and I was so happy that there are gardens now in the Oxford-Berlin cooperation. Living collections, of course, according to ICOM, are also museums, botanic gardens. And you talked about the culture of sharing and collecting, and I was wondering how to integrate natural history and history of science, how you do that within GLAM, by bringing colleagues of the different communities together and connecting collections across your institutions, and how can you bring object knowledge together from these different, very different disciplines, which is really important to answer very important questions to mankind. And also, what is your vision concerning this transdisciplinary potential for the Oxford-Berlin cooperation in the future?
Thank you. 3 questions. Who wants to start?
There was,
Richard.
Quite a lot in that. I think I think we've got to see how the partnership develops through the 7 seed funding projects in particular. So their ways, they've been encouraged to be bottom-up collaboration. So they're not sort of ideas that have been imposed from the senior levels of the organization, but where there's real desire to work together and shared interests and shared sets of ideas. And I think that's the best way to kind of engage and animate collaborations of this kind, where there's, people really want to do things together. I think the idea of sharing collections, which I think was one of your questions, I couldn't quite hear it, is a very interesting one. And that's where we've been doing a few things together, actually with a German institution, with the Deutsche Literaturarchiv in Marbach, where in the Bodleian we co-own a collection together, which is a group of letters by Franz Kafka to his sister Ottler. So that's an example of a collection that's owned jointly by two institutions in different countries, and we collaborate and manage that together. And there are a number of other examples of that co-owning, and particularly where objects have now very high commercial value, where I think having a multi-institutional collaboration, there was one recently between the Musée du Louvre and the Rijksmuseum, the National Gallery in London and the Getty co-owner, famous Joshua Reynolds portrait now. So I think this model of sharing is quite an exciting and important one, I think.
Another point is, of course, GLAM and SPK is not exactly the same. You have gardens, we don't have, well, we have gardens around the
Nobody's
Museums
perfect.
Research, but not gardens which you have, and not natural history. By the way, you have a cooperation, a similar one, with the Berlin Museum of Natural History. But I mean, I think it's important that we start now, and we are just starting. As you rightly said, to see how it develops. But my dream is really not to have this cooperation isolated in the Oxford-Berlin University Alliance, just as one element, but really to connect it. Of course, GLAM has the Museum of History of Science. We do not have such a museum, but of course there are projects and project ideas. You can imagine to do something in this direction. And I mean, if really in the next step we can achieve really to include university scholars and in institutions and projects, this would be the next step. This would have another quality even. Then it would be a really Berlin-Oxford cooperation.
And I think just, if I could just add one other element to this, which is about students. And I think if we're to, one of the ways in which our institutions can help the future is to encourage and enthuse and engage young people, because they're going to go on to become the politicians and the directors of big companies and all of those kinds of things, how we'll have influence in society. And if we can get them while they're students in our universities and bring them into our cultural organizations, we can hopefully really enthuse them with the value that we bring to society as a whole.
As Michael is still online and with us, I think he can listen to us. Right. If you just want to add something to any aspects, you are mostly welcomed. Just wanted to mention.
Okay, thank you. I would like to just insert something here, just to some of the comments that were made many minutes ago. In the process of participating in the preparatory group, I've had conversations, regional consultations, conversations with people throughout North America involved in museum studies. And mostly people have heard something is going on in Berlin. Something is going on at the Humboldt Forum in the SPK. And there is an interest because there is also a lot of fear running around, particularly in the United States right now. And it's spilling over a little bit into Canada. People have a sense that what we are doing in Berlin can be exported, can be applied to other situations, to other institutions, and new kinds of relationships between the collectors and the collected. That conversation between the collectors and the collected is an international opportunity. So what we're doing in Berlin is testing out a model. And I think it can be applied elsewhere. And the indications are that there are people elsewhere who are interested in carefully watching what we're doing. I think it's a very good place for SPK and Humboldt Forum to be situated in some sort of a leadership position of exploring alternative solutions to some of the long-standing problems of isolation and relevancy. Thank you.
Thank you for the remark. Anything you want to ask or to say? Yes, please.
Hello, thank you. Daria Pridebailo. When I started to work in Hamburger Bahnhof in 2023 as a curator, I shared the statement that we need to transform fear into trust. Basically, fear of isolation, of division and things, and actual fear of not knowing each other maybe enough, deep enough. And already like 2-3 years passed through the beginning of full-scale invasion, and I want to ask the question, what do you think we need to do in order to develop a deeper collaboration also with the museums, institutions, which are in the risk areas? Like I'm, of course, as a representative of Ukraine, I'm talking about Ukraine. I have to say that it's not only about the support or emergency which was given also from the SPK, and we are extremely grateful that helped museums to evacuate a lot of heritage, and as you know, currently in the Gemäldegalerie Galeries there is a big exhibition too, but also to exchange the knowledge as equals, because even in the last 3 or 12 years, a lot of knowledge was produced in Ukrainian art institutions, how to work in the times of crisis, how to develop institutions and produce the knowledge even when the bombs are falling, and also the knowledge what the museums itself are, because even without their collections, even without the windows, museums still function and really make a huge impact. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Yeah, of course.
Very good question, because it's another kind of cooperation. I mean, we talked about GLAM SPK, and so-called academic cooperation, to learn more about certain collections. We learned from the Global Cultural Assembly how to sustainably include other dimension of knowledge, indigenous knowledge, etc. And what you are saying is cooperation for helping society to develop. We need that as well. But exactly in this hall, we had last year, it was exactly in May of last year, we had the so-called OPMIN conference. OPMIN is a Polish-Ukrainian foundation, and together with ministries from Germany, they organized this symposium. We had more than 100 museum professionals from Ukraine, not only from the big museums, Kiev, Odessa, so on, but also from very small museums, tiny museums in small cities. And it was really impressive for me which hope they have to develop. They're very optimistic, all of them, thinking about the future of their society and seeing a very important role of the museums and cultural institutions in developing a democratic society. I was deeply impressed, really, by this outspoken, and then also by other important talks I see. For example, people which without legs and so on, question of inclusion. Of course, in a country where there's war for more than 3 years already, this is an important topic. How can be museums more inclusive to be able to include these people also in such an important institution of society? And I just want to repeat, I was deeply impressed by the ideas they had, by the initiative and the energy they put into this development. And I think whenever this is possible, we should help them. And there's a follow-up of this conference in Warsaw, I think next month. This is a very important process for society. And we also understood in the meantime how important society is here. And when there was this famous inquiry saying society in Germany is believing, has more trust in museums than even in science, and more than in the politicians. This is not a surprise. More in media, also not a surprise. But only family and friends, they have more trust. So this is an enormous potential for really developing and changing our society. And I have to say now, but we see what's happening around, also in Germany, really to make it resilient against other political tendencies. And I mean, this is something, it's also a kind of cooperation for a certain societal aim.
This is another dimension, immense dimension of political impact. Yes, thank you. Another remark?
Yes, only a short remark. As somebody who grew up in Latin America, of course, I have been socialized with crisis. So we are now facing times of multiple crises, and the 2 points that were made were stability and inclusion. So I think the crisis also triggers creativity, and therefore collaboration can help us. Particularly here in Germany, because we are a hyper-institutionalized country, do not have a lot of experience how to handle, from a societal point of view, uncertainty. So I think those collaboration can help us a lot, not only to learn from others, but also to develop jointly new strategies.
Anything you want to add very shortly, very briefly? If not, let's have a break. Thank you so much for the talk, for the presentations at this point. Thanks you for the exchange. And We will now take a short coffee or whatever break and continuing within some minutes. Thank you so much.
And thanks to the moderator.
Okay, I think I will just jump right into this last panel of today, as we're a bit behind time-wise, obviously, but I think everyone will spill in from the break. Panel 3 is entitled Entanglements and Networks, Recontextualizing Collections. And I think we have seen also throughout the past panels and throughout today how this bringing together of different perspectives on collecting and putting collections in relation to each other has been a reoccurring theme, obviously, of today. But with this panel, we want to look maybe a bit further and take this a step further. And we are asking also especially how collections enter new contexts, and maybe also contexts that are not so prepared, not so receptive on both sides. And especially also when collections very much, and we had this today also several times, also touch upon contested histories, contested contexts. And so this bringing together of those different aspects is something that I think can also extend our discussion of today. And I have brought an image with me, there it is, to introduce this first panel also a little bit. So it is an image that is a painting by the African-American painter Noah Davis. Noah Davis passed away in 2015, and an exhibition, a really brilliant exhibition, in Potsdam last year at the Minsk Museum brought Noah Davis' work to Europe for the first time in a very large retrospective. And the director of the Minsk at that time, Paola Malvasi, was asking me especially about this image, because in the institution it was not clear if she should actually include this image and should include this painting in the exhibition. Because the exhibition afterwards also had 2 other stops in Europe, and they said, this image we don't want to show. We don't want to have this painting in the exhibition. And obviously, I was very much encouraging Paola to show this painting in this particular context in Potsdam, especially with Leni Riefenstahl. And this image comes, so the image source of Noah Davis' painting comes from the second photo book of Leni Riefenstahl, where she includes only one photograph of herself in the context of the Nuba photographs that she took. And we had a wonderful final discussion also of this exhibition with this image, and where we very much emphasized also why it has to be shown. Because it is an act of resistance. It is an act of an African-American painter using this image and making it his own, and to show this image also. And I also want to thank Katrin Peters-Klapphake, who joined me also for this discussion with Paola in November of last year at the Minsk in Potsdam, where we were very deeply also going into the context of this problematic collection coming to Berlin, and this processing, and what does it mean to show this, to harbor this, and to safeguard this collection. Now we have maybe this connection also to contemporary art again, and also what contemporary artists are doing with problematic contexts. And I think we want to jump right into watching the film that Hayoi Kuka made for this project, for reclaiming Nuba images, so to just have a good basis and context to talk about. And right after, I am asking also Paula Ivanov and Ludger Derenthal to join here on stage with Hayoi Kuka to discuss this project in deep depth. So we are looking at the film now.
My name is Katrin Peters-Klapphake and I'm a scholar in cultural studies and history of photography at the Kunstbibliothek. In 2018, ownership of Leni Riefenstahl's artistic estate was gifted to the Stiftung Preußischer Kulturbesitz. The collaborative research project, Racism, Colonialism, Fascism, German Sudanese Collaborative Indexing and Presentation of the Nuba work by Leni Riefenstahl, was initiated in 2021 to catalog and critically assess the materials belonging to Riefenstahl's Nuba work. It is a cooperation between the Pan-Nuba Council, Sudan, and the German institutions.
We are all in an organization which is called Prussian Cultural Heritage Foundation, which is the largest cultural institution in Germany and which combines libraries, museums and archives. So Riefenstahl was very old when she died. She was 102 years. She had a husband, and after his death, nobody knew what to do with this estate. So it was clear it should go to a national institution in Germany, and we were the first to be asked. But we already knew at that time it's quite a task to work with this estate. First of all, it was a huge estate, and on the other hand, it is an estate which combines so many difficult, even toxic questions you have to deal with. So Leni Riefenstahl had several careers. She started as a dancer, then she was an actor, then she was a director, then she took photos, and at the very end she was even free diving and taking photographs underwater. But this life was very problematic because in the 30s and 40s she was deeply involved in the Nazi regime. She was making propaganda for the Nazis. So she made films on the party rallies of the National Socialist Party, and she also made films on the Olympic Games in 1936, which was at that time a very famous film. It won several prizes abroad, not only in Germany, and which was also a public success. But by making these films, she on one hand propagated the Nazi ideology, and on the other hand she invented quite innovative ways of making films, of taking photographs. After the war, she was a persona non grata. So she looked for another career, for another possibility to gain success.
She started to travel in Africa, looking for some sort of original people without influence from outside. And this is a racist and colonial stereotype, looking at Africans as not part of the contemporary world, but as belonging to the past and being without history and having not exchange with the modern world.
So she went to the region of Kaun, Yarrow and Fungor because she had heard that the Nuba communities there would still engage in traditional customs, and in her understanding she was documenting a culture that was about to be extinct.
And maybe we can see continuities between the Nazi gaze in which she transferred this way of looking on the Nuba and making them primitive people with some sort of heroic way of behaving and being something strong and special and not affected by civilization.
There's the question, what should be done with these images? They're lying now in the archives, and how to access them and who can do this and who has the right towards it. So like how we can create a possibility of reclaiming the images.
The working process was first to digitize the entire Africa transparencies. First of all, to prepare the material for the collaborative work, and also for the main aim of virtually handing over the image archive to the descendants and stakeholders of the Nuba communities.
Giving to the Nuba actors back the authority of interpretation of the photographs, so not looking at them from this Western racist and colonialist point of view, but looking at the photographs in the way Nuba themselves see the photographs.
This collaboration has given an agency to the Nuba people, agency. When Lini was taking the photos, the people and the community, they were passive. They were not part of her angle. She is the one preparing, she was the one selecting, she's the one, so they were passive objects. Today, by revisiting this image through this collaboration, the Nuba, in terms of Nuba community, in terms of Nuba individuals, those who are still alive, and we are engaging with them, or those who have died but their family are still there and recognize the picture of their father or grandfather, today they are agency in this project. So you continue your engagement with Lini, we will continue engaging with our image and see how we can make sense of it.
We were confronted with a range of challenges, from technical issues related to the fact that the estate is a working archive where a lot of basic information has to be reconstructed, to the political situation in Sudan that worsened from a military coup in October 2021 to an ongoing countrywide war in April 2023. Despite the difficulties, the German and Nuba team members managed to meet for 3 workshops in Kampala, Uganda. 2 researchers carried out a short research trip to the Kaunyaro and Masakin region in the Nuba Mountains.
أنا اسمي توحيد خميس أنقله جينا هنا للشغل بتاع ليني كان جاب صورة هنا جايين عشان بكون في زول ظهر في الصورة لكن ما كاتبين اسمه ما كاتبين دكا ولا فنجر ولا نيارو الرقصة دي اسمها شنو الشغل هنا ده شنو نمرة 2 عشان الزول يقول داير الصورة حقته تطلع بالشكل ده أو ما دايرة يعني الشغل هسه القايمين بيه ده تابع لمتحف برلين في ألمانيا مع مجلس عموم النوبة هم سووا الاجتماع قالوا يسووا الكلام ده ويجوا للناس اللي ظهروا في الصور والربنا مد في عمرهم قاعدين أحياء يجي يسووا معاهم المقابلة دي. نسمع اسمك منو؟
كجامة فريق آدم قبض النمر.
كجامة فريق آدم.
لا أنا ما بزيد الشغل ده ما عندنا منه بدري والله مبسوط منه يلا هو تزودروا بس هنا تجي فوق يجيبوا لنا عشان الأولاد ده تسكر توالي يومين بموضوع تسكر توالي ده منا بدري خلينا
يعني الزمان دي أشوف حالنا زمان كبراو وأنا زي الصورة دي كان لسه صغير ما فتست في حاجة لسه حاجة دي ذاتها لسه كان ما عمل يلا عسى نسكر شنو نسكر شوف الجسم في كيف وشات مكرمشة وذات اللي بالزمان كان نلعبه ما في تاني صوت أنا كان صغير
Further achieved tangible results like the comprehensive digitization of the Nuba photographs and film footage, concept and architectural plan for a cultural center in the Nuba Mountains, an international symposium held in Berlin in October 2024, and the handing over of the digital archives to the Pan-Nuba Council.
It is a project of national importance, not only for the Nuba people, but also for the Germans.
This will be the starting point for collaboration between the Nuba people and I don't want to say the Stiftung Preußischer Kulturbesitz, but for all the German.
The archive holdings are accessible with some restrictions at the museums in Berlin and digitally in Kampala through the Pan-Nuba Council. We have built a project website that serves as a window to the visual materials and the research processes. We hope that it also continues to function as a living archive with room for further exchange. Our biggest dream is that the archive can grow to include other images and documents and will be brought to life by stakeholders, students, artists, and researchers.
Thank you. Thank you so much. That was a really amazing introduction also to the project, and I think it was also an introduction that leaves room also for growth and spells out also the basic facts. So what has been going on, what the project was about. And I wanted to ask you, Hajoy, how this way of making the film, how did this come about? Because you could have taken different approaches of making such a film.
Hi, everybody. So basically, this is, I'm working on a long feature. So this is just a presentation of part of what's happening. So you can imagine how deep it can go. So this is the surface level of, hey, this is what we're doing. But it's way deeper. It's a project that, when I say that, is because it's going to take another year to see where everybody is and what they do with the artwork. Because what I'm interested in is the conversation between this shared heritage. There's the heritage that is Nuba, that's Sudanese, that got captured in a certain interesting visual way by a German artist. So whatever you want to do, this is going to always be owned by both. And like Juma Kunda said, he's going to take the pictures and he's going to leave part of it for you guys. So what I'm looking for is this conversation. And this conversation, part of it is verbal, but I've noticed that the verbal is not that deep. And part of it is what the Nuba artists, the musicians, painters, researchers are going to do with it. So I'm still in that journey of seeing where their journey goes. So this is just the beginning, and I'm going to be working for another year.
Okay, thanks. And yeah, I'm continuing with Paola, because you have been involved in also a lot of projects that involve communities and that involve also research between or in, like situated research also of specific communities. And maybe you can share on how this played out for this project in particular.
You have to think about one of the most important things is that this was a project, again, in times of crisis, and in the most violent, tragic crisis we have at the moment, and about which nobody is speaking. So we had collaborative projects are always, it's not only about speaking about something, but also taking decisions together, really developing the whole process together. And this is all the more difficult is for months. You lose the contact because people were dispersed because of war. And it is even maybe futile. You can have to think about, should we make, we spoke about this, Hajuj, should we make a project about these photographs in a time where people are fleeing, are dying? And, but we saw, and the decision was taken by the Pan-Nuba Council, that the project was important for them. And maybe you also saw in many other contexts that cultural work is also important, also in times of crisis. So it was all the more difficult for this project, and the collaboration has to be, and this has been said already, open, on always changing and adapting, but in this case it was really a tough thing. And what I want to say is that we have to continue this collaboration because, exactly because of war, among others, we are in the middle of the process and not at the end of the process.
And Ludger Derenthal, how, for you as head of the Kunstbibliothek, how was it to receive such a gift for you? And how does this processing also of such a vast collection and also a very diverse collection go into your collection?
So we didn't get all of it. It was dispersed to different institutions. You saw it in the film. The written archive is now at the Berlin State Library, the Department of Handwritings. The films are at the Deutsche Kinemathek. The ethnographical objects are at the Ethnological Museum, and the photographs are at the collection of photography of the Art Library. So in a way, we got everything, but it had to be dispersed to the different competences which are there. And we, as I said in the film, we already knew from the beginning it was very difficult to deal with it because we knew the problems which were connected with it. But since we were asked and we were a public institution, we said we have to do it. In a way, as Juma Kunda said in the film, we kept Leni, but we gave over the images to the Pan-Nuba Council, to the Nuba communities. So we have to, or we wanted to have an opportunity to give some of the, let's say, inherent ways to deal with it to other people, to have other looks at Leni Riefenstahl, to have her not in the center of attention anymore, which is, as we know, a futile proposition we have, but we want to at least take the first steps to this.
So this decentering is actually a very important aspect and actually at the root of what you try to do, I guess. And how was that for you? Because I saw this also in the film that, and you also referred to Leni Riefenstahl as an artist. How is it received also then, those images and those imagery?
Okay, the big problem with the images, the first time you see them, you go like, wow. And I think that wow, and you're like, I just want to engage with these images, and you don't really want to really care about what happened. When it comes to Sudan, it's even more like even the World War and who Hitler is needs to be explained. So for that community, after the first, one of the first presentations, people were saying, we want to continue the work of Sister Leni. And I could see the Germans going like, wow, that's exactly what we don't want to do. But, so to me, there's the part where I talked to some Germans and they were like, we want to cancel Leni, not even censor her, we want to cancel her. And then you could talk to the Sudanese and they're like, oh, this is great. And if you leave it up to them, they'll create a center called Leni. So to me, it was important. And a little bit into it, somebody said it, and that the whole thing idea, this is why this is a shared heritage. This is not giving somebody something and be like, okay, now you go with it. It's something that always will stay a relationship between both countries. And it's one of those small things in time of war where if you open Sudan and talk about Sudan, it's about the war. It's about the worst humanitarian crisis. And to be within that setting, to be able to talk about there's this relationship that is a real tie that will never end because of this, is important, and it's interesting also for people to engage with. And I think the wow factor of the pictures hopefully will go somewhere deeper, and that's what I'm hoping.
You two also then worked on this. So you were there, you were traveling there, you were in conversation, you were accompanying the project with the camera also, and we're also present at moments that were difficult probably for some people. And how did that relation also come about, and how did you approach then the people who are also then pictured in the photographs?
When Hajooj wanted to go back to Khartoum, the war started at the very same day. So we were here and we discussed a lot about the project. We discussed about the images by Leni Riefenstahl. And then we succeeded to travel the European part of the project, to travel to Kampala, where we made workshops with members of the Nuba Council, with delegates from the two places, Kaonyaro and Masakine, where Leni Riefenstahl took the photographs, and with part of the Nuba diaspora in Kampala, which is very big. And we made, I'm very proud of it, the first exhibition. It was a pop-up exhibition of Leni Riefenstahl works in Kampala for the Nuba community, and we discussed with members of the Nuba community there the images. I want to say it is not only the centering, which we are doing since a long time, but also coming together of different epistemologies and even ontologies and ways of knowing. You saw this very bodily way of knowing. The one delegate was a wrestler himself, and who has died. It was not discursive knowledge. It was put into a performance, and so the music, the performance, everything has a very big role, and this is why I'm saying we are only in the middle or even at the beginning of the process. In all these shared viewing sessions, knowledge production comes into being, and also people discuss among themselves. You cannot say there is one Nuba way of looking at these images. So there are a lot of discussions. And the last thing which I think is important and which I think we didn't reach in this project is what the Pan-Nuba Council wanted to do with a cultural center. It was in the Nuba Mountains. It was the most important thing for them, and it was not possible because of the war, but because of German funding institution regulations, is also not possible to set up a Nuba, provisory Nuba cultural center in Kampala. So we gave the images, but for me, reciprocity has to be bigger and to be more sustainable as well. And to come to, we speak of pluralism of norms and of systems of rule, not of rule, of property in anthropology, and for all people from Kau, and also for the guy you show at the beginning, who is still living. These images belong to them because their body is on them. And they feel expropriated in some way and commercialized, and they want something back. And what they want back, I told already to Professor Parzinger at the beginning, wie sagt man? Brunnen? Wells. Because there is no drinkable water there. And I still try to propagate collaboration even farther and farther. So I think that in further collaboration we have to keep in mind, and this is not only the case with the Nuba, that the processes of reconciliation and coming together should be more extensive and go farther than we think in the cultural sector.
Do you want to add something?
Okay, I'm just gonna say something about the answer the question of the idea of filming and following. So when this war broke out, I was stuck outside. So I'm Sudanese, I'm a filmmaker, and I would have loved to be inside of Sudan documenting the war, documenting how people are resisting the war and everything, but I wasn't. And this reminded me of what happened with Leni, Leni Riefenstahl. With Leni Riefenstahl, she created these images that us as Sudanese weren't able to create for different reasons. And right now, if you're Sudanese, like me, Sudanese filmmaker and stuff, I'm not allowed to film in my own country. So I cannot go and film, but a Western can apply for a visa and go film, and they're producing all this work and films and stuff, while we're not allowed to. And I think this comes to the fact, am I allowed to use the videos and images where they were shot by somebody else? And I'm not allowed to, I don't have access to them. So my story is being told by the others, they have access, they're given, and the ones who are not allowing me to do are Sudanese. So this complexity of what does it mean to have this material and who has the right to use it and what they can use it for, I think this to me is very present within making the project. That even the part that was in Nuba, I wasn't allowed to go. I was seen as a threat being a Sudanese to go and film because the camera is a weapon and everybody knows that. So the person who had to film it was the researcher himself, and it was all shaky. He's like, he actually is talking while filming, and it's not even his thing. He's just using a phone and whatnot. We're grateful we have that image, but this is part of it. So to me, this whole idea, while I'm doing it, I'm aware of, I'm happy that she created this image, but at the same time, I can't even, what is my right to even use it? And what is the right to use all this imagery right now that can be created by others, but not us? So this idea of collaboration also comes in mind. Would somebody who has the right to go collaborate with me, and why would they? Because most of them would not, because they want to create their own film for their own purposes.
Thank you. A final question to Ludger Derenthal, because we had this, the camera as a weapon. My question would be also what to do with this process material, because on one hand we say we want to have the utmost transparency and we want to put materials online, for example, for researchers to access them. How do you handle this type of imagery, this type of collection of Leni Riefenstahl with access and open access or not?
Yeah, this was the part of the collaborative process, building categories how the images could be categorized for different accesses. And these categories were developed with the Pan-Nuba Council and the delegates from the Nuba Mountains. So we know the categories, but we don't know which images still fall into these categories, because we have something like 40,000 images. We talked about, let's say, 500. We know the rules or the well, the ways to look at, but each image, of course, poses different questions. So by now, it's still under the way of categorization of these images, which has to continue.
Thank you so much. We will continue, and you will also come back for the final panel, so we can then open for questions. Thank you. And I would like to ask Joanna Grohmann, and where is everyone? There. And Christine Howald on stage for the presentation of their project, Shared Knowledge, Provenance Research, and a Path to a New Museum Practice.
Yes, thank you for the introduction, and thanks to the conveners and organizing for having us here today. We are very happy to present a very precious project to us. I'm Christine Howald.
And I'm Jo Goldman. And so, without further ado, provenance as a museum practice is nothing new. However, in the past 20-something years, since the Washington Principles of 1998, it has become something new. It's developed as a separate part of museum work and has become its own academic field. Today's provenance research incorporates the histories of individuals, places, and objects, revealing the evolution of an object's meaning or purpose across space and time, and in its different circumstances. One main task of provenance research in museums is to uncover and identify unethical or illegal modes of translocation. This involves analyzing countless variations of cultural and historical contexts, acquisition practices, economic and legal systems, and cultural interactions. To fully consider the object's biography, the provenance researcher must be part of an interdisciplinary community of practice, a community united around a central interest, devoted to sharing with and learning from each other.
Today, in our brief talk, we'd like to outline how our institutions, the Smithsonian Institution's National Museum of Asian Art and the Stiftung Preußischer Kulturbesitz, Zentralarchiv and Museum für Asiatische Kunst, Museum for Asian Art, have partnered to create a community of practice for Asian art provenance research. First, we highlight the significance of this community and how we've charted it. We then turn to consider the larger impact a provenance research community of practice can have upon museum practice. Accurate, compelling provenance histories result from exchanges with not only art historical experts specializing in the material culture's point of origin, but also with others, including, but not limited to, historians, genealogists, lawyers, ethnologists, economists, political scientists, sociologists, journalists, and of course, other provenance researchers. It also includes non-academic knowledge carriers from a wide range of cultures. Each of these parties contribute vital details to the process of uncovering an object's history and offer tools specific to their own disciplines. Cultural heritage activists, for example, especially those based in objects' origin countries, begin provenance inquiries from a place of absence. Confronted by an empty plinth or temple niche, they look for what once was there. Dealers actively participating in the art market view hundreds, if not thousands, of objects, providing them with a mental Rolodex of makers' marks, visual comparisons, and collector antidotes. Each category of participant offers a valuable perspective that can push the broader community in new directions and introduce new archival sources to the field.
As we establish this global community, we also must be mindful of diverse perspectives. People around the world approach provenance histories differently, and this sometimes leads to interpersonal or intercultural misunderstandings. We cannot assume that we approach provenance research from the same intellectual launching point. We must build in time to develop a joint understanding of one another and how to collectively discuss these histories. We must also be cognizant that we, Western researchers of Asian material, are not colonizing the discourse. From 2017 to 2019, our institutions initiated the German-American Provenance Research Exchange Program, or PREP, for museum professionals, which brought the provenance research colleagues together for intensive working weeks in the United States and Germany. When the program came to an end, it was clear to us that we wanted to take it further. As two museum professionals focused entirely on researching the provenance histories of Asian art in Western collections, we recognize that our area of study presents unique circumstances for the creation of a global network. Westerners have widely collected Asian materials since the early 16th century, and especially after the 19th century's forced opening of China and Japan. Western imperialist and colonial conquests are inseparable from Western practices of collecting Asian art, and so too are issues related to the National Socialist Party, as when they came to power, Asian art appeared in every renowned collection. When researching Asian art in Western collections, one must therefore consider expansive, cross-continental ownership change and diverse, entangled contexts that propelled the circulation of Asian goods. An interconnected community of researchers is especially necessary when researching this material.
When we first met in 2019, we were bubbling over with questions for one another. How can we access and know a reliable network of supportive colleagues? What contexts, regions, or object groups are the most relevant for colleagues in the countries of origin of the objects or other museums? And what knowledge about the biographies and translocation of the objects in our collections still exist in Asia? We were searching for an Asian art provenance research community of practice that actually did not exist yet. With our institution's support, we set out to establish one. In December of 2020, our institution signed a memorandum of understanding committing to support this endeavor. Our plan included 3 major tasks: organize online programs that would allow people from around the world to participate in conversations about the provenance of Asian art, organize a large-scale in-person symposium that would unite the virtually connected community identified through online programming, and understand the research needs of the growing network.
Between 2020 and 2022, our institutions hosted Hidden Networks, the Trade of Asian Art, a series of 5 webinars, each focused on a significant Asian art provenance subject. Each program highlighted established scholarship, well-known research resources, and introduced unknown, sometimes private, primary sources. For each webinar, we invited a 3rd institution to join us in planning the program as a way to further expand the international scope of our community and to ensure that the subject matter's relevance applied to global stakeholders. Over the course of this series, we featured 63 individual speakers and welcomed 2,201 unique viewers as program participants. Because of such high attendance, we offered small Zoom after webinars for closer conversation and discussions. The webinar series culminated in an in-person convening, Provenance in Asian Art, a collaborative workshop and symposium, which was held in Washington, D.C. at the Smithsonian's National Museum of Asian Art in November of 2023. We organized this 4-day event around major themes, issues, and questions that continuously came up during the Hidden Network series. Through the workshop and symposium, we sought to give visual form to the community we had brought together in the digital space. Of course, this was an exciting opportunity for us to delve into challenging issues at the core of provenance research, but Cultivating this community amongst the participants held our primary focus. We set out to establish a comfortable and welcoming environment, organize multiple opportunities for exchange, curate an agenda with relevant sessions, and attract a diverse audience. We ultimately welcomed over 250 people, many of whom participated prior to our convening in the webinars.
In addition to the traditional conference format, sessions with lectures followed by discussion, we organized specific opportunities for exchange, including breakout sessions with guided conversations, working groups with assigned tasks, and a poster session with structured viewing and response times. The first workshop, Networks of Exchange, for example, invited small groups to use sticky notes to create a network map of dealers, collectors, and tastemakers. This activity proved to be the perfect way to visualize both the interconnected networks of material exchange and participants' areas of specialization. The symposium concluded with an open mic forum that allowed participants to reflect on the gathering and identify the needs of the growing community. 4 major needs, a bit blurred up here, came to the foreground: research resources, opportunities for exchange, training and coaching in conducting this research, and a way to communicate with all colleagues. To more robustly address these needs, our institutions initiated a second phase of collaboration, which they formalized through a second MOU signed in January this year. While the first phase worked to establish an international community of Asian art provenance researchers, the second phase seeks to strengthen the group by making it more sustainable. The second MOU compels us to host another series of online programming and an in-person symposium, but it also includes an important new step: the exploration of digital platforms to support Asian art provenance research, thereby making it more efficient and sustainable.
The online programming series, Unpacking Provenance, Retracing Histories of Asian Art, began in this past January and will ultimately include 6 webinars. Each webinar focuses on the provenance of a single Asian object and explores the process rather than the research outcomes. We include a panel of diverse experts to systematically discuss how to research provenance by collectively unpacking the obvious and possible provenance histories, identify open research paths, and discuss different research approaches. Many panelists do not routinely contribute to provenance discussions. Their contributions, however, demonstrate the indispensable value of scholars and professionals from backgrounds beyond the museum and art history. And by the way, our next webinar will be on July 15th, so mark your calendars. Unpacking Provenance will lead to another international in-person symposium and workshop in the autumn of 2026, this time in Berlin in this very auditorium, and we will take up the theme of sharing. We will focus not only on sharing research materials and new ideas, but we will also bring new skills and insights into research repositories. Simultaneously, as we work towards another major milestone, we're exploring the possibility of a digital platform, and we look forward to updating the community during that 2026 gathering.
We recognize that our approaches and the possible outcomes of our efforts harbor many challenges and lessons. Finding ways to surmount these challenges, though, will ultimately lead us to a more productive community of practice, where we collectively will understand the object's biographies and meanings in a more comprehensive way. Indeed, these lessons provide a vision for the broader community of museums. We must democratize knowledge and its production by actively calling others in. Our first challenge relates to ensuring that we include a diverse array of participants, especially our colleagues in Asia. We are, after all, focused on Asian art, and knowledge carriers outside the museum and academy, knowledge carriers of all kinds in Asia, and also colleagues in the media, cultural heritage, economic and political sector. We note a lack of actively participating Asian experts within this emerging community. Surely time zones are partially to blame for this lacuna, as our work hours align with nighttime across Asia. In January, in our first Unpacking Provenance webinar, we attempted to work through the issue by inviting a colleague from the Palace Museum in Beijing to contribute via video recording. We also note that non-museum or non-academic colleagues feel intimidated by a community of specialists. We need to make our community more available, more approachable, and emphasize that all knowledge keepers are welcome.
Within this interdisciplinary and international community, it's best to remember that every researcher has her own unique relationship to the historical context of translocation or even to specific objects. Provenance research is not just about uncovering and sharing historical facts. Rather, it can also include embodied memories and personal reactions. When supporting this group, we recognize that we need to leave space for heightened emotions. In the future, this concept should be considered by the larger museum itself, as more and more provenance comes into the galleries. An ongoing challenge that provenance specialists and museums as a larger body must ask is how to carefully divide our time between responsibilities to one's own institution and to the broader research community. Institutional work must be completed, but the work's excellence depends upon that international network that also requires labor. Museums should acknowledge the work of provenance at a larger scale, beyond our internal collections. The demand, needs, and potential of provenance research has been grossly misunderstood and misestimated.
Provenance research cannot simply be a component of curatorial work, a quick project, or contracted task. The field depends upon a trusting, diverse, and international community of practice that must be supported and sustained by provenance specialists who are long-term museum employees. Forming such a network is a long-term, ongoing process that depends upon a new museum mentality, one that thinks of the collective community rather than its independent exceptionalism, I don't like this word, one that thinks of different perspectives and systems of knowledge rather than its own exclusive expertise. We believe that a cohesive provenance community of practice has the potential to transform museum practices by eliminating artificial separations of knowledge.
By prioritizing participation in this interdisciplinary research network, museums will recognize that they do not need to know everything about their collections, and they do not need to bear the burden of sole interpretation. Indeed, this is a shift in prioritization, and it may redefine the role of a museum curator at a Western institution, and inspire museums to be open, transparent, and democratized facilitators of the development of knowledge. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I think we go right on, and I want to ask Tiago da Costa Oliveira and Andrea Scholz on the stage to introduce Amazonia Future Lab.
Good afternoon. Thank you to the organizers, and thank you, Kathleen. I will start. I think it's obvious that I'm Andrea and not Tiago. So first of all, I wanted to thank for the invitation in the name of both of us. And a special thanks to Mr. Parzinger, who is talking right now. So please pay attention. Because our relationship in a way started very early after me joining the SPK when I was still a volunteerin, which is not usual here because we are a very hierarchical institution. And it was in the context of the Humboldt Forum planning and more precisely of the Sharing Knowledge project, which I started during the never forgotten Humboldt Lab Dahlem, and later it became my postdoc project funded by the Volkswagen Stiftung. So these are some images from this project, and I met you, Mr. Parzinger, as a person who was always very supportive and very interested in the collaborations with international partners, as was obvious, I mean, before, and also with indigenous people especially. So, and I think it's very visible also in the conference. I mean, Julia was talking about the Namibia project, and also the GCA is one other example. So Sharing Knowledge was a collaborative project with indigenous partners, first from Venezuela and then also from Brazil and Colombia. And the main idea was to establish a collaboration within the interest and with benefits for all involved, not only for the museum, also for the partners. And it was intended to support indigenous educational projects and long-term partnerships. And I mean, the long-term goal for the museum was also to seed some interpretive power in the exhibition, in the later, much later exhibition in the Humboldt Forum. So there was a digital aspect in the project, and this was also the failed part, I think. We were talking about failures in the morning. I will not explore that now because we don't have time. But this part was not very successful. And then we had also a lot of visits in the depot. I think you were also there in this particular situation. So, and here we have also Thiago on the picture. So this was also the moment when we both met in 2018. And we discovered a lot of common interests, so we are collaborating until now. And yeah, so the depot visits, they were always very, not only interesting in the sense of learning more about the objects, but also there was a lot of magic around. And yeah, so I think Golda talked about it, what happens when cultural belonging comes back to life. So when it meets the people who know more about it and who can really, I mean, have a relationship, and so the cultural belonging in a way can unfold its power. And I think it happened many times here, and it influenced the later projects of how we continued. And more important, we had a lot, or me in this time, a lot of workshops in the field. I think we are both very passionate field workers. And so these were the situations when the people who were working with us immediately, directly engaged with their material practices, but also inspired by the collection items. So it was a completely different situation. And what came out of this, some long-term partnerships, as Larissa mentioned in the morning. And we learned a lot about complexity. So an object is not simply an object. And many times the questions we used to ask when we are in the depot visits about the significance of something are not the right questions, or they are too simple. And something we both learned, especially in the field workshops with the communities, was the multiple connectivity of the so-called objects. They are connected not only to people, but also to plants, to spirits, to places, and to many things, and they cannot be approached only through an anthropological gaze. They have to be approached through many gazes and also many disciplines. So, as already, this should have become earlier. So this is an image of the Amazonia exhibition, and of course the project, the Sharing Knowledge project, had some influences also in the exhibition, but I think the question of how to display complexity and multi-perspectivity is still sort of unsolved in the exhibition, and this is also part, or was part of our discussions in the Amazonia Future Lab. So we will come back to this later. The Amazonia Future Lab was designed after 2018, the year we met. It was a very tragic year for Thiago because this was the year of the fire of the National Museum where he was working in that time. So I think this also had an influence on us when we designed the project as a collaborative project between Brazil and Germany, and these are all the institutions involved. So as you can see, there were, we forgot to mention the indigenous partners. No, we don't forget. Yeah, we will talk about them a lot now. So these were only the institutions, and as you can see, there were several SPK institutions, like in the case of the NUBA project or other projects that were presented earlier. And the project was was funded within the Fonds Kultur Digital of the Kulturstiftung des Bundes. We both had our respective failed digital projects in the backpack. So the idea was to make it better this time. And and at this point, I want to mention Sven Blumberg, who was the person who supported us a lot from the background, and I think you did it also for other projects, so later a special applause to Sven Blumberg, and the fact that he's, exactly. So the points of departure of this project were two key insights from our previous experiences in reconnecting the communities and the collections stored in the metropolitan museums. First is that artifacts are connected to multiple levels of indigenous knowledge and lived practice. In other words, the term material culture doesn't make sense in the indigenous life in itself, because material culture is connected to the economic, to the ecological, cosmological, and mythological domains, to many other domains though. So more importantly, what we call material culture is part of a cosmological exchange system. And in this system, making an artifact or using it equals to engaging with the human and the non-human world. This happens in the sense that raw materials, for example, like in this case, the raw material clay for making ceramics, are embedded or enmeshed in a network of life. And the challenge is to acknowledge this interconnection in our project ethics, first of all, and also to create forms of acknowledgement of this interconnection in our tools for collection management and for display in exhibitions, for example. The second insight is connected to the first. So these multiple levels of complexity are registered and collected by different research institutions. And the problem here is that the Western and metropolitan disciplines that represent, engage with, or even appropriate indigenous knowledge do so in a fragmented way. Since the history of Western and metropolitan knowledge institutions is one which with more holistic approaches, like in the 18th century, but later it split up into different disciplines, like natural history, art history, botany, geography, anthropology, and so on. And all these are in a way specialized, but also isolated from each other. And regarding indigenous knowledge representation, these knowledge machines from the different disciplines in general simply do not engage with each other despite of all the interdisciplinarity, but they are not appropriate, each of them, to engage with indigenous knowledge. And this is the point where I want to hand over to Thiago to tell us more about Amazonia Future Lab.
So, good afternoon. Yes, we will go more deep in discussing the main project outcome of the Amazonian Future Lab project. Of course, as in other situations, we worked together and apart. We developed field workshops. In this case, we are seeing a field workshop in the Xingu village of Ipatse from the Kuikuru people. We also had workshops in the Upper Rio Negro, a region in the northwest of the Amazonia, where both of us work. And we also, in these workshops, we produced and we filmed and we registered the production of things, and we discussed the museum collections. But we also had workshops in the museum, in the Ethnological Museum collection, where we also talked about artifacts. But in this case, we held workshops in different institutions that are not really present in most of the anthropological, ethnological, so-called ethnological projects. So we are here checking a picture of a visit to the EIE, and we also had a very good connection with the Botanical Garden, Botanical Museum in Berlin. The project had a core team meeting monthly, and these workshops happened in different times of the project timeline. But the point of the project was not only to have these interactions, but to build a framework in which one can describe the material produced in these workshops, in these interactions, in a better way than we did before. Because normally what happens in these projects is that we produce tons of born digital materials, and they help to some exhibition or to some product or to some documentary, but at the end of the day, they gonna stay in a hard drive, in an accessible hard drive in a museum storage, right? So what we developed was a framework meant to describe these things that the entities that are present in the assets that you produce during this kind of workshops. So in this case, we are seeing the description of a featherhead adornment. You can classify it, you can describe it, but more importantly, you can link it to an external reliable resource, data resource, so where you have a description of that, permanent description of that entity. And you can do it freely, so you can use the Wikidata, the Wikipedia, the SPK digital, whatever reliable source you use. But that was not done by chance, like I just want to write down something. It was connected to things we collected in fieldwork, right? So let's say that we interview Ipi Kwikuru, and she talks about her mats. And we start to annotate it in this tool. And the annotation goes describing the categories, connecting, and introducing relation between the entities present in their discourse, in their interview, in what she's saying. And you can do that, but you can also connect it to other knowledge infrastructures. So for instance, when you say that the mat is made out of the leaves of the Mauritia flexuosa palm, and connect it to the GBIF, which is a huge environment for the botanical research, you are basically making a connection between two different knowledge systems. And you are making these two different knowledge systems talk, basically. So, as I said, this is connected to an asset. So, in the second step in this tool, what you can do is to connect what? The very moment a given interview, for instance, mentioned that entity to that knowledge graph you produced while describing this asset, this interview. So the people watching this in an exhibition or in a website, they can interact with this knowledge graph and research from this knowledge graph. And once you do this for multiple knowledge graphs, once you do this from multiple assets, you can see the many times a given entity shows up in a given asset. So you can navigate multiple assets through this tool. So to finish, because we run out of time, this was built for exhibition, of course you can use it online. This is available on GitHub. This is a free source tool, open source tool. But we also made it for exhibitions, so you can use this as we did in exhibition in Rio de Janeiro later in 2024, the last year of the project. So you can have two screens and an immersive relation between the graphs, which are in front of the public, and the screen showing the videos. Or you can make this as a more personal, individual experience. So you can interact like with these huge tablets we have nowadays. You can have this tool working to describe the stories and connect the multiple level of knowledge and the displayed in this. And not on display, but that you decided to add to the network that you described, because you can describe something, but you can also add information and connections to what you are describing. And at the end, this is currently hosted by the SPK IT. It will be displayed in the Amazonia exhibition shortly, I hope so.
September.
In September. And this is a tool that enables for more connections, as I hope it was clear, that we are advertising for you if you want to use and to appropriate, because this is open source tool developed in a 4-year project by a team of researchers and community leaders. And we hope with this tool, what we hope for the future of collections, which is more connections between people, things, institutions, communities, and living worlds. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And we are skipping the next panel because Klaus Biesenbach can unfortunately not join us due to a family emergency. So I would ask the panelists on stage. We have Andreas Scholl and Sabayashi Mukeiichi.
Dear colleagues, you must all be pretty tired by now, but the very highlight of day one is now coming up. It gives me great pleasure to welcome my colleague, Mr. Sabayashi Mukherjee, director of the Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj Sangrahalaya, in short, the fabulous CMVS in downtown Mumbai. Mr. Mukherjee will speak about a unique museum partnership between Mumbai, London, Berlin and Los Angeles, in which our collection of classical antiquities contributed physically but also intellectually. Our joint project breaks new ground, and not just because of the unusual length of the loans or the centrality of the educational dimension it has. Unlike most exhibitions, which are devised and organized by one institution, this has been conceived and curated by the 4 partners together. And it has been planned from the point of view of Indian visitors, taking as its starting point the knowledge, experience, the expectations and questions they will necessarily bring to such an encounter. It was and is an enormous logistical, financial and intellectual effort to move the cultural testimonies of the ancient Mediterranean to Mumbai on a long-term visit. From our first contact in March 2022, Director Mukherjee, his fabulous ladies team, and Neil McGregor as senior advisor and mastermind made it clear that they were firmly determined to bring this daring experiment of multinational and intercultural co-curation to fruition. My colleagues and I greatly appreciate the great interest in our collection and the massive support granted by the Getty Foundation. It is our intention to make classical antiquities from Berlin, in close cooperation with London and Los Angeles, accessible to a very large Indian audience. And what is equally important, I think, to bring us in touch with India as one of the oldest, most sophisticated and diverse cultures of the world. Having said this, I would like to give the floor to Mr. Mukherjee, who has come all the long way from India to give us his authentic account of the first phase of our joint venture. That was really very well received by the Indian audience, and we think that the second, much longer lasting stage will be an equal success, and we are very interested to hear what you think that might mean to the people of Mumbai and India. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Andreas. Good evening. So much to learn. I was listening to each one of you, and at one point I started feeling one life is not sufficient. And what is, interesting, your history and my history, it is the same history. And our history is painful, glorious, and full of surprises. And that is why now more than ever, we must engage in meaningful discussions about its many layers to understand, to heal, and to grow. And thank you, Dr. Parzinger, and your dedicated team for organizing such wonderful conversation. What you said, conversation, and conversation is so important. And I'm grateful to both of you, Dr. Parzinger and our dear friend, Dr. Marion Ackermann. I know them for many years, and that is, my strength. I know many people in many countries. And this is my 30th international project, 30th. I have been leading my institute, 103 years old, with a big name, but formerly Prince of Wales Museum of Western India. In short, we say CSMPS. And this is one of the major cultural institutes in India, unaided by the government. We don't get any support from the government. Then the question, who supports? We are supported by the people. So this is a museum by the people, for the people. Somebody was talking about democratization. And if you want to study democratization, you have to come to CSMBS. You will see the museum campus. And everything, each and everything is supported by the people. Before I move to our project, very recently, I have a very bad habit of interpreting things in my own way. So the idea, the changing concept of a museum in a changing world, and what role it plays in contemporary society, I thought I must share. A museum is not just a building filled with old objects displayed behind glass. It is a profound idea, an idea rooted in our desire to record time, space, and the story of human evolution alongside the natural world that surrounds us. A museum is a space that dares to be neutral, secular, universal, and inclusive. It does not judge, it invites, it listens. Its true value lies not just in the artifacts it houses, but in the stories that objects tell. These stories connect us to the present, helping us understand who we are and where we come from. Museums also challenge injustice, confront inequality, and equip us with the tools to think sensibly, sensitively, and compassionately. This leads us naturally to the Ancient World Gallery project. It is more than a museum exhibition. It is an educational endeavor. That is the way we looked at the project, not as an exhibition, but as an educational endeavor. And the slide I am showing, the exchange of ideas and knowledge has the power to shorten distances and bring us closer. For the first time, SPK Berlin has shared its extraordinary classical Greek and Roman collection with India. This has happened for the first time. And it all happened because of two people. So they are the key architects, Dr. Andreas, Dr. Parzinger. I have been visiting Berlin since 2008. And I tried my level best to connect these two great cities. At one point, I gave up all hopes. But I saw some light, from Dresden. Sometime in 2014-15, Marion, got in touch with us that we have a little India in our collection, and we want your curators and conservators to come and study. So we entered into Germany, and we worked with her for almost a year. And then the idea was, the great museums in Berlin, everyone cannot fly to Berlin to see your collection. That's the point. In India, inequality can be seen. It's very much visible. Those who are rich can afford, can come to Berlin, can go to London, can go to New York. My job is not to enlighten those people. If they need to be enlightened, they can go any part of the world for further enlightenment. My job is to bring all these beautiful masterpieces, art objects at their doorstep so they understand, and they understand the global history. This is very interesting drawing. We had a competition, and you look at very closely. This is something you need to see and understand. Imagination of a 12-year-old child captured in a painting, submitted for the competition, My Little Museum. That was the title. This artwork reflects the child's vision of the past, present, and future. You see that, Stone Age, Space Age, garbage. So I looked at and I felt, oh my God, how do we teach children to view the world positively? They started looking at the world so negatively. It's like, that there is no hope for the future. It appeared to me. How do we help them understand and read history? Can we initiate a dialogue between the ancient and the contemporary to build a better world? Can ancient history play a meaningful role in the evolution of human knowledge and the shaping of our future? Such critical questions encourage us to recognize and be better prepared for the challenges of our contemporary world. In this exhibition, the objects were designed to engage in dialogue, not just with each other, but also with visitors, offering a platform for cross-cultural encounters and meaningful discourse. Many ancient themes, religion, environment, society, creativity, and innovation inspired us to raise important questions. The exhibition enabled us to explore traditions that shaped ancient sculptures, many of which continue to influence society today. And please note, tradition can be questioned. There is a good tradition, there is a bad tradition. It is not necessary for any museum to record tradition blindly, because we suffered in past. Many bad things happen. And museum's job is to correct, telling people what is bad and what is good.
such as the role of nature in human life, divine representation, and ideas of beauty. So these were the three themes. Alongside the CSMBS Indian collections, the visiting sculptures highlighted the interconnectedness of civilizations and the remarkable continuity of India's cultural traditions. There is just 1.5 minutes video.
This exhibition is an experiment, I suppose. It's a new way of museums interacting.
This is the first real example of what you can call global co-curation.
It's a new concept.
This is important not only for India, for the world. The impact will be everywhere.
The togetherness of it, the sharing of collections, sharing of expertise. It's a learning experience from start to finish.
There's been something completely new. This is different.
It's coming together beautifully. A complete transformation. This museum works miracles. What makes this project exceptional is that it's the first time that a project has evolved, an East-West project, with India being asked to shape the narrative.
Our interest was to understand India's position in the ancient world. What was happening in India and what was happening around India, and how India connected with the rest of the world. That was our inquiry.
The curators of CSMBS were asked initially, what do you think your Indian audience would want to see to understand ancient Western culture?
We thought that the best way to do that was to showcase sculptures, and all the sculptures in the exhibition happen to be sacred sculptures. They really carry the entire histories of their regions within them.
And then they had to begin the question of, so what do we say about these objects? And that's where it became very new and very pioneering.
This was India's first globally co-curated exhibition, but the perspective remained distinctly Indian. While talking to our partnering institutes, we made it very clear to all our partners, we wish to look at the world through our lenses. We don't want to look at the world through your lenses. And each one of them, they accepted and respected our views. Our curators examined Greek, Roman, and Egyptian divine imagery through Indian lenses and posed questions like, why do Greek and Roman gods look upward? Because our gods, look straight. Why are they shown wearing footwear? Why are they often depicted nude or barely clothed? Why are they no longer worshipped in their countries of origin? These are natural questions for viewers unfamiliar with such sculptures. The truth is that Greek and Roman history is not widely taught in Indian universities, just as ancient Indian history not much covered in European and American institutions. And that is why we don't know each other. What you see, the surface level, some kind of compromise. Continuously, we have been doing some kind of compromise. And something is terribly gone wrong with our education system. There is no second question. And that is why so much conflict, so much so happening all over the world. And museum has a role, certainly museum has a role to play. Yet ancient India was deeply connected with all these regions. We are grateful to our colleagues,
again, Dr. Parzinger, Dr. Andreas, who played an active role in this project. Sharing ideas, sharing collections. The goal of the project is to deepen and enrich the study of world history in Indian schools and universities. We knew that there is a gap between universities and museums. And I checked, even in Europe, some of the countries, there is a gap. In India, we never interacted with each other. So university faculty, they used to think that they know everything. They don't have to visit museums. And museums curators, they used to think that we are teaching history with objects. We know much better than the theoreticians. That how do we bring them together? That was the challenge. And in this project, for the first time, it never happened in past, 23 university faculty came to Mumbai for a week. And they all admitted, each one of them, that for the first time, we understood the power of object. We never ever taught history with objects. So we learned a lot. The inaugural presentation, Ancient Sculptures, India, Egypt, Assyria, Greece, and Rome, is a transcontinental collaboration that brings together long-standing partners. The initiative is part of a broader Getty program aimed at sharing collections to foster truly global understanding of the ancient world. I have given the title, An Ephemeral University, The World is Our Family. A unique, ever-evolving platform of learning where knowledge transcends borders, uniting cultures, ideas, and people across the globe. So they are the architects. They all contributed equally. A space dedicated to showcasing the shared heritage of ancient civilizations, offering new narratives and perspectives through collective curation and interpretation. The meaning of collaboration, we heard in so many interpretations. To us, collaboration means friendship, a relationship founded on mutual trust and respect between countries, institutions, organizations, and individuals. It is built on the gracious principle of give and take. We believe in give and take. True innovation in culture and education requires a committed partnership, one where all parties engage sincerely to create something new and meaningful together. Visitors become participants. This remarkable exhibition transforms visitors into active participants. The objects on display are curated to not only speak to each other, but also to the audience, encouraging dialogue and cross-cultural encounters. While the exhibition does not aim to narrate the complete history of India or represent every world culture, each carefully selected object plays a pivotal role, offering focused insight and deep impact. This is very interesting, how do we communicate with each other and what do we communicate? Perhaps the greatest communication problem we confront in Indian museums is the question of how to deal with a multilinguistic society. This is genuinely a challenge for museum professionals. If you look at 1.44 billion, over 65% of India's population is under the age of 35. The median age in India is 28 years. And India's linguistic diversity, India even today speaks 780 languages and 2,500 dialects. Indian schools all over the region, they teach only between 58 to 69 languages. And this exhibition serves as a significant educational initiative, especially for Indian youth. 65% of the population falls between the ages of 25 to 35. It provides exposure to global art and culture, what I said in the beginning, that giving them the opportunity. When you bring them to Mumbai, they get the opportunity to see and understand. That presenting history in the vernacular, every time, we place our language in the beginning. So you will see that English at the end. English is an international language for communication. There was a tradition even a few years ago. It became a fashion. It became a fashion everywhere in India. English on top and regional languages or national languages below English. So we changed. We said, no, our language, because we are targeting our audience. Largely Indians, they know their language. Is it necessary to have, is there any such policy? Then we realize there is no such policy. It has become a convention, the colonial convention. So we changed, and we tried to present this whole presentation in a vernacular. And now you see the result. You talk about inclusive communication, you talk about inclusive institution. Do you share your space with people? That is the question. The moment we shared our space with people, our people, you see the diversity. You see the diversity. Everyone, even the visitors' book you keep, we said, we will not put it in English. Write your comments. That write your comments will be in Hindi and Marathi, the local. And everyone started. So the entire visitors' book filled with, and that's the beauty, diversity we talk about. This is the diversity. Building a broader network, that how do we expand our network of communication? So this is something, the chart I have prepared, but we don't have time to explain each one of them. You can see it on the screen. I just move on. This is, interesting. Everyone, they say, give us space to think, grow, learn, wonder, and feel. It is basically, the space, give us the space. And that is only possible through education. So we divided, we have a very strong education department, and we spent more on education, less on establishment. So if you look at our budget, 61% of our total budget spent on education, research, and publication. And here, the education program, public program, and academic program. Academic program, largely university, faculty, and students program. This is, based on ancient world exhibition. This is interesting, Dr. Parzinger. The visitors, the number of visitors came from different geographical location and different strata. So 40% of our total visitors constitute students' community, and 20% urban visitors, 15% semi-urban visitors, 7% rural visitors, 10% international visitors, and persons with disability 3%, and below poverty level 5%. This is the way we have surveyed 700,000 people visited last year. Exhibition was there for 10 months. And for the first time, our partnering institutes considered our loan request for 10 months. Earlier, it was 3 months or 6 months. So this is remarkable, and I thank each one of them for changing their stand. local to global impact. This project aspires to have a local, national, and international impact. Beyond the exhibition space, it aims to influence new methods of teaching and learning that could be integrated into school and university curriculum, transforming how knowledge and culture are approached in education. And I must share, after the academic program university workshop, for the first time in the history of Indian museums and universities, 5 universities, they incorporated global history as part of their curriculum. 5 universities for the first time, they incorporated global history as part of their curriculum. This is a historic impact. What you see in Mumbai, you see more in outside the Mumbai. So there are 3, at present we have 3 big buses. And one of the buses was converted into ancient world. And the idea was to reaching out to people. So buses are traveling interior part of Maharashtra and some part of western part of India. So these are small towns and villages, and when bus reach there, you see the festival, you see parents, grandfather, they all are coming with their children just to see the exhibition. The museum becomes a classroom teaching space. It's important to recognize how the exhibition extends beyond the museum walls. Through public program, we have created opportunities for diverse communities to engage deeply with the content. A special focus has been placed on young adults. Our initiatives are internationally designed to connect with them, not just intellectually, but emotionally and culturally. Many leave the exhibition with a renewed understanding of India's place in the ancient world, and more importantly, a deeper appreciation of their own identity and history within that global context.
I've been in CSMBS here in Mumbai over the last week, bringing together a group of international experts to work with 23 faculty from universities across India, from the Punjab to Kerala, all the way up to Calcutta, to think how objects might be used in teaching students about the ancient world. So looking closely at an object, what can it tell you about ancient society, the artists, the makers, the people who use these statues, what were they for? It shows you that you can come back again and again to looking at an object in a different way if you start with the object rather than start with your idea or your text. Over the last 5 days, we've had a mixture of sessions in front of objects where we've had colleagues talking about objects they know, colleagues talking about objects they know very little about, but often when you know very little about an object, you can ask questions that if it's something familiar to you, you'll never think about. And so the dynamics of having a group of Indian university professors, but also those from the other countries, meant there was always someone who wasn't familiar and someone who was familiar. And so you got really interesting dialogue and, let's be honest, also disagreement.
We had invited experts from source countries so they can explain their history better. Here, all that sessions are going on. These are, university students. There was a separate program for university students. Connecting the world through media. There are 2 articles in Germany, in German language, and 2 in Greek. Probably you will be able to recognize. That was the impact and the art magazine. And this is the impact of the exhibition. British Museum, they thought, the miniature, in miniature format, they present this exhibition in the British Museum from their own collection. in coordination with the CSMBS curators. And this exhibition is on. It appeared in the paper, The Ancient Gods Meet in London, with little help from Mumbai. In conclusion, this exhibition is more than a historical showcase. It is a platform of learning, reflection, and empowerment. By engaging with the past, young people are encouraged to see themselves as active citizens of the world, grounded in rich heritage and prepared to shape the future with confidence and pride. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And I will conclude. So we are skipping the final panel discussion here in the room. We are taking it upstairs for the reception area so that we can mingle, we can ask questions, because we are very late, obviously. After such a full day of discussion, such a full day also of stimulation, of exchange, I think we really deserve to take a glass together, to engage more in more casual discussions upstairs, and also to enjoy a concert by the musician Carlo Heller, which will take place also on the terrace on the second floor. So please join us on the second floor for this reception, for having a nice goodbye to this first day. Tomorrow, the day is different. We start again here at 10 a.m. and the second part of the day will take place at the Haus Bastian. And I will conclude to say a severe thank you to Dorothee Wagner and also to Constanze Wicke, who have been amazing in putting this together, in organizing this, in also holding all of the threads together. Thank you so much.